Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session under the theme of Innovations in Sustainable Livestock, Aquaculture and Animal Health, held as part of the first International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2025. Today, we are honored to be guided by three distinguished experts whose insight will greatly enrich our discussions. It is a privilege to introduce the session chair, Professor NSPM Mathapattu, Chair Professor of Animal Science at the University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka. Professor Athapattu holds a BSc in Agriculture with first class honors from the University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka, and MSc in Animal Physiology from Massey University, New Zealand, and a PhD in Animal Science from the University of Ruhuna. With over 30 years of experience, he is a renowned scholar in animal nutrition, poultry science, and sustainable livestock. His contribution include over 200 scientific publications, numerous fellowships, and national recognition through prestigious awards. He has also held key academic and advisory roles at both institutional and national levels. We also warmly welcome our panel members, Mr. HKRS Kumara, Department of Food Technology, UCIARS, Mr. LM Rifnas, Lecturer, Department of Agrotechnology, UCIARS. Dear Professor Athapattu, Sir, we are truly honored to have you with us. I now respectfully invite you to chair this session and take it forward. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadishani. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I thank you all, and from my side as well, I welcome you all to this session on its title on Innovative Sustainable Livestock, Aquaculture and Animal Health, Session 1. This session, we have four interesting presentations in our presentation lineup. As mentioned, the panel members of this session are Mr. HKRS Kumar and Mr. LM Rifnas. I again welcome you two as well. Yeah, as I said, we have an interesting line of papers. Before yeah, we have a small adjustment in our presentation lineup. This title abstract number 17, which will be presented at first because there is a personal request from the authors. They have due some other commitment. So without wasting time, let's start our sessions with our first presentation. The presentation title, Bovine Lumpy Skin Disease and its Impact on Cattle Productivity, Challenges for Sustainable Livestock Farming, a review. This paper is co-authored by, let me check, two authors, as I can remember. Yeah, the authored by K. S. Kaushalya and Y. N. M. Somaratna. The paper will be presented by Kaushalya. Over to you, Kaushalya, to deliver your presentation.
Have a nice day to all. I am Kaushalya Kannangara. Today I am going to present my review of bovine lumpy skin disease and its impact on cattle productivity, challenges for sustainable livestock farming. This is the outline of my presentation. Livestock play a pivotal role in the global agricultural landscape, contributing significantly to food production, rural income generation, and economic development. Among various livestock species, cattle stand out due to
Nadishani, are we experiencing a technical issue?
Sir,
Can you
there
hear
is
me?
a. Can you hear me,
Technician.
sir?
Yes, is there a technical issue?
Yeah, a small technical issue, sir. We are working to rectify it. Please
Okay,
give me
thank
a
you.
minute.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a nice day to all. I am Kaushalya Kannangara. Today I am going to present my review of bovine lumpy skin disease and its impact on cattle productivity, challenges for sustainable livestock farming. This is the outline of my presentation. Livestock play a pivotal role in the global agricultural landscape, contributing significantly to food production, rural income generation, and economic development. Among various livestock species, cattle stand out due to their multifaceted role in meat and milk production, draught power, and manure. However, the sector's productivity and sustainability are constantly challenged by emerging and re-emerging diseases, among which lumpy skin disease has now become a pressing concern. LSD is a contagious, novel and notifiable disease of the cattle caused by a member of the Capripox genus. It leads to severe economic losses, compromise animal welfare, and undermines the sustainability of livestock farming systems. Sustainable livestock production. Sustainable livestock production is the practice of managing livestock systems in ways that are environmentally sound, economically viable, and socially responsible, ensuring the long-term supply of livestock products while protecting the natural resources, animal welfare, public health, and rural livelihoods for present and future. So, as the background of this study, Cattle recognized as a significant component of livestock sector. So LSD reduces animal performance and leads to both short and long-term damage. So reviewing these challenges would close the knowledge gap and offer insightful information. As objectives, to assess the short and long-term impacts of LSD on cattle productivity, to identify the economic burden it places on smallholder and commercial systems. This is the methodology. Search criteria and database selection, determine the search algorithm and primary selection of papers for the review, and removing of duplications, and updating the article bank, and checking whether the selected articles are useful for the review objectives, and finally abstracting the data and analysis to fulfill the main objectives. This is the data collection procedure. When it comes to the results and discussion, there are challenging clinical side effects in LSD impacts on cattle productivity, among them emaciation, agalactia, epiphora, nodular skin lesions, and erythema. Reproductive issues such as abortions can be identified. Reduced resilience, compromised immunity, increased susceptibility to secondary infections, and reproductive issues can be considered as long-term damage due to clinical side effects. When considering about the impact on cattle productivity, meat and milk yield reduction, lower reproductive performance, lower work efficiency, and lower growth rates in young stocks can be identified. When it comes to the economic burden, direct losses such as losses due to death, decreased production, and indirect losses such as increased veterinary care, extended recovery periods. Other than that, trade and market restrictions and impact to the livelihood and disruption of breeding programs can be counted. Sustainability challenges. So let's move to the sustainability challenges due to LSD. Challenges such as weak disease management and infrastructure, poor vaccine access and efficiency, poor farmer awareness and compliances, environmental pressures such as climate change may enhance the vector populations can be considered. When it comes to the effective approaches to managing LSD, especially in the context of control and sustainability, it is essential to look beyond actions. Further, early detection and surveillance, breeding for resilience, awareness campaigns to educate farmers, policy support and international collaborations can be regarded. In conclusion, bovine lumping skin disease represents a significant threat to cattle productivity and rural livelihoods. It disrupts milk and meat production, reproductive efficiency, and overall cattle welfare, imposing both short and long-term economic losses. The complexity of LSD demands integrated and innovative disease mitigation strategies that are economically viable and socially acceptable. Ensuring sustainable livestock farming requires a shift from reactive to preventive disease management, investment in research and technology, and empowering farming communities through education and policy support. By addressing the multifaceted impact of LSD holistically, it is possible to enhance resilience in cattle production systems and ensure food security and sustainable rural development. These are the references, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Kaushalya, for your interesting presentation. Yeah, I think we can have a short discussion. Any questions or any clarifications from Kaushalya, and Somaratna is also with us, I guess. Any questions from the community, our online community? Hey, Kaushalya, Kaushalya, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have one question. You mentioned that selecting resistant breeds, so one of the strategies to address this problem. So, have
Yes.
you come across any resistant breeds, especially how about the resistance of local cattle breeds to this disease?
Sir, LSD is a novel and notifiable disease still to the Sri Lanka. In 2020, it is freshly recognized in Sri Lanka. In the Sri Lankan context, there are so many limited papers about the lumping skin disease. So, some other uh, context like South Africa and South Asia, like Bangladesh and other countries, they suggest that breeding programs with indigenous cattle and selecting genes with in indigenous cattle and how we can uh, contribute to uh, um, minimize or well handle to the by in, improving their new breeds.
Okay, thank you. Where this disease originated in Africa?
Mainly, so it's sub-Saharan Africa, mainly Ethiopia and sub-Saharan Africa. Then it comes to Middle East and Turkey. In South Asia, firstly to the Asian context, it firstly emerged in China, and then Bangladesh and Pakistan. And then in 2020, it came to the Sri Lanka.
Okay,
In
thank you.
Sri Lanka, southern province is still free from lumping skin disease, but eastern and northwestern, north central province are highly affected in this lumping skin disease.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Kaushalya. Any more questions before we move into our next presentation?
Kaushalya, I have one question from. Can you hear me, Kaushalya?
Yes, sir.
Right. Actually, I think this is a very important the review study. So first, I would like to know why you decide to do a review study about the lumpy skin disease without
Sir,
doing any the field study.
yes, sir. This was my undergraduate research. I analyze hematological and some hematological and histopathological changes in lumping skin disease in Sri Lanka. Uh, so I do a very good literature survey to include my thesis. So I thought that it is better to improve it and present it to the conference, because I referred so many papers on this under my undergraduate research in sustainable livestock farming. I referred more papers in order to more review about this to take the maximum use for this review.
Yes, really interesting. Actually, when you work on this review, the review work, did you observe any mostly affected area in the country with this disease, LSD?
Yes, sir. In my undergraduate, I collect samples from Kurunegala, mainly Kurunegala, Kandy, Talatuoya area. According to the DAPH records, we recognize that DAPH recognize that mainly eastern, northwestern, north central provinces are highly susceptible to the lumpy skin disease. This lumpy skin disease is not a problem with a clinically fatal problem, but the mortality is very low. But the main problem is it is impact to the economy. It cause substantial economic loss to the livestock industry rather than their clinically fatal effect. That's why I think lumpy skin disease and sustainable livestock farming is a timely important topic.
Kaushalya.
Okay, thank you, Kaushalya. Okay, at the end of this presentation, now we can move to our original lineup. Our next presentation is magnitude of heat stress on poultry and swine, a comparative study of a temperature humidity index across climatic zones over the past 5 years. Authors of this paper are, let me check, authors of this paper are MIA Ilahideen and MAAP Kumari. So paper will be presented by MIA Ilahideen. So Ilahideen, over to you.
Magnitude of heat stress on poultry and swine, a comparative study of temperature humidity index across climatic zones over the past 5 years. Heat stress is a major challenge affecting livestock productivity and welfare. In homeothermic animals, the normal body temperature is maintained in the thermal neutral zone where the energy expenditure is minimal. Due to climatic factors, the body temperature exceeds the specified range where heat stress is occurred. Sri Lanka has distinctive climatic zones and each experiencing different climatic conditions. No studies were conducted to integrate historical data on non-sweating animals species across the climatic zones, which was the research gap for this study. The primary objective of the study was to assess the heat stress experienced by non-sweating animals in the 3 climatic zones by calculating and analyzing THI. These are the specific objectives of the study. These are the 12 locations considered under the study according to the availability of continuous data. The meteorological data, including daily maximum and minimum temperatures and relative humidity, was sourced from the Department of Meteorology and the Department of Agriculture for a period of 5 years. The THI was calculated using each species using these established equations. This is how the data was used for the calculations. The THI threshold was applied to identify critical periods for the non-sweating animals, and these are the threshold levels that were used. Statistical analysis including one-way ANOVA and the Tukey's test were conducted in the RStudio to assess the variations of THI values and identify the significant patterns. Moving on to the results and discussion of the study. The variation of the climatic variables across the zones was as follows. Here the most variation of the mean temperature was found in the intermediate zone. Considering the broiler THI in the wet zone, March and April ranked the highest THI. The broiler THI ranked significantly higher from March to May in the intermediate zone. In the dry zone, the THI of broilers was significantly high considerably for a long period, from April to August, while the lowest was in December to January. The emergency levels could cause high production losses and even mortality. Let me quickly explain how the significantly highest mean THI of broilers was found in the dry zone. The dry bulb and wet bulb temperatures are the factors that affect the broiler THI. Out of these, the highest sums of square value is carried by the dry bulb temperature, which significantly affects the broiler THI mostly. The table 3 shows that the highest average THI was in the dry zone, which was the statistical reason for the higher THI in broilers in the dry zone. THI of layers in the wet zone was significantly higher from March to June, where the mean THI values were under the alert THI level. The significantly lowest layer THI was in the January and December in the intermediate zone. The dry zone, in the dry zone, months April to July ranked the highest THI values, where the lowest was in January and December. The significantly highest mean THI of layers was found in the dry zone. THI of swine in both wet zone and the intermediate zone showed the highest THI from March to April. The swine THI of the dry zone ranked the significantly highest in April and May. The significantly highest THI of swine was found in the dry zone. This table shows the number of days non-sweating animals exceeded the normal THI levels in the three climatic zones. This analysis reveals that non-sweating animals in all zones were prone to heat stress according to the reported THI values. The intermediate zone had the lowest average THI for layers, while the red zone had the lowest THI for broilers. Kundasale recorded the fewest stress days for layers, which was 72.4 days per year, while all the other locations exceeded 150 days per year. These findings underscore the variability of heat stress across climatic zones, with non-sweating animals in the dry zone requiring higher levels of precautionary measures to mitigate stress impacts. These are the references used to prepare the presentation, and thank you.
Thank you. Interesting presentation. Yeah, the presentation is open for discussion. Any questions, please? Yeah, Ilhadin, to start the discussion, I need to inquire about a small clarification of your insight. So this is an interesting study. So what kind of policy implications or overall conclusions you can make from out of these findings? I think if we think seriously, we can draw a lot of such conclusions from national level policy point of view. Have you thought of in that line?
Sorry,
I
sir, the
mean,
question was
yeah, I mean, what kind of policy level implications you can come out of these findings? Broad conclusions or recommendations you can make.
through the studies, there we can identify the zones where the heat stress could be very high throughout the year, and the low zone places where the heat stress could be very low. So in the places where the heat stress are low for some species, we could raise those, like for example, in some places, the layer THI could be low. It means the low heat stress could be occurred in those zones. So in those zones, farmers could raise layers instead of rearing the other animals. In the zones, in some places, the THI of a swine is higher. So then rearing swine in those areas, they could go to the other species. Like this, they could increase their income through those.
Yeah, another point that came to my mind that from animal welfare point of view, they can use these findings to strategize their strategies to minimize the welfare suffering, or optimize
Yes,
the
sir.
welfare status of animals. So interesting findings, national level. Yeah, yeah. Any
Thank you, sir.
questions? Any more clarifications you want to get from authors? Okay.
Hello.
Right.
From
If
my side, no questions.
all right. Right. If there are no questions, let's thank authors and move to our next presentation. That is
Thank you, sir.
title is Optimum Feeding Regimes for Genetically Improved Farm Tilapia. Effects on ration variations on growth, performance, survival, and water quality dynamics. Authors are yeah, Halai Vishi Vartanathan, Anita Guneshwaranathan, Susanta Viratipan, and Tasanthan Loganathan. So paper will be, I'm sorry if I misread any names. Paper will be presented by Kalai Vishi. Over to you, Kalai Vishi, to make your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am going to present regarding the optimal feeding regimes for genetically improved farm tilapia, the effects of the feeding variation on the growth, performance, survival, and the water quality dynamics. I am Kalivali Varadanathan from Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna. This is the flow of my presentation, and let me introduce the presentation with the past research evidence. This research has done to fulfill the aim of the NAFTA in order to provide the knowledge what is the best feeding ration to improve the gift tilapia production in northern region. So the fish production is globally emerging sector that is eradicating the hunger and also reducing the malnutrition, and it's ensure the food security. The tilapia is a good source of affordable protein compared to the other proteins such as pork, chicken, as well as the China is the best producer. And the gift tilapia is formed throughout the selective breeding, and it's called as super tilapia because of its high adaptable weight, survival rate, as well as in Sri Lanka. Firstly, the tilapia was introduced as the Oreochromis mozambicus, and later on, because of the lack concern of government on the tilapia production, it was reduced. But research evidence are showing that if we provide the optimal feeding and the water, managing the water quality throughout that, we can increase the tilapia production in Sri Lanka. So the main objectives of this study is to examine different feeding rations and also monitor how the feeding rations are affecting the water quality parameters. So this is the methodology. This study has done in the Aquaculture Development Center Iranamadu, and the resource reservoir is the Iranamadu reservoir. As well as here we have formulated 3% of ration based on the past studies, 3, 8 and 12%. And weekly, the parameters were measured the weight as well as the length, and also the survival rate was counted according to the final weight, final count by the initial count into 100. Also, parallelly, the water quality parameters was measured such as dissolved oxygen, total dissolved solid, salinity, ammonia, as well as the statistical analysis has been done. So when we come to the results and discussion, so 8% of the feeding ration showed the highest rate of weight growth, weight as well as the length. 3% showed the lowest level of the weight gain as well as the length. And all the different rations showed the significant difference in between their in between the rations. And The feeding, there are some past studies, they are recommending the 5 to 10% as the optimal feeding percentages. According to our study, 8% showed the optimal one. And the feed conversion ratio, when we feed the higher amount, 12% showed the highest feed conversion ratio. It means that is showing the lowest efficiency. And 3% showed the best efficiency. In case of specific growth rate, 8% showed the highest rate of specific growth rate. When we increase the feeding percentage, it's showing the higher FCR, that is lead to the lowest efficiency. As well as there are some studies have been done. They are suggesting 3, 4, 5% they have fed, but the 4 to 5% showed the optimal one. As well as some other studies showing 5% of feeding in the body weight percentage is showing the optimal percentage, optimal one for the feeding. According to our study, 8% is showing the optimal one. And also in case of survival rate, 8% showed the higher percentage of survival. And also other water quality parameters also optimal for the 3 and 8%, but the 12% is showing high level of ammonia, and it leads to, it's a toxic level. And also all the parameters showing the optimal range exceed the ammonia in 12% feed measure. In this chart, we can summarize all the parameters. Most of the parameters showing the favorable range in the 8%. As the conclusion, we can conclude the optimal growth and efficiency, 8% showed the favorable one. And in case of the trade, 12% is showing higher growth, enhanced growth, and everything is good, but it's showing high FCR that leads to the reduce the feeding efficiency, as well as some water quality parameters. Example, the ammonia level exceeds and it's a toxic level. In case of sustainability, 8% can be recommended for the gift tilapia in northern regions. And further research studies should be done in long-term economic analysis and should be evaluated different seasonal variations. And we can incorporate further the probiotic as well as the feed enhancer as well. These are the references I use. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalaviji. Now your presentation is open for discussion. Any questions, audience? Do you have any questions? Yeah, Kalaviji, I have to get a small clarification.
Yes, sir.
In your presentation, you mentioned FCR values in decimal points, 0.25, 0.8, 0.45, like that, which is
Yes,
not
sir.
much common. But in your abstract, I noticed you have given FCR values in 1.25, 1.4, something like that. So what's that confusion? Have you used feed conversion efficiencies in your presentation? Whereas in your abstract, you use FCR value, real feed intake divided by weight gain. FCR is usually calculated by divide. I mean, that is the normal expression. That is
FCR value
amount of feed
divided by the feed gain.
Excuse me?
Yeah, that was mentioned in the abstract, sir. In the abstract.
You mean you prefer you say you are saying that values given in abstracts are accurate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but in your presentation you presented some other values that confuse us.
Okay, sir.
One more clarification I should get. What do you mean by it's genetically improved tilapia? I mean, what is the difference between this genetically improved tilapia and what if you say conventional tilapia?
By using the selective breeding. After the selective breeding, we are getting the genetically improved farm tilapia, sir. The conventional means that's locally available, naturally available. After the selections, through along with the generations, we are getting the genetically improved farm tilapia.
Okay. Now this feeding regimen you are suggesting is specifically for this genetically improved
Yes, sir.
version.
Improved
Is
one,
it
improved version.
improved one? Is it different from this conventional tilapia? How you
We don't
compare?
compare with the conventional one, sir, because in our NAFDA located in Kilinochi, they are airing only the genetically improved farm tilapia. So to recommend the farmers just for recommendation in order to fulfill the NAFDA's aim, they have asked for this National Aquatic Center to conduct the research. So along with them, we also cooperated with them and conducted this study to recommend the farmers. The local farmers who are available here, they are suffering with the feeding. So then only we conducted this study and recommended. Sir, we didn't compare with that conventional tilapia.
Yeah, what is the normal recommended values recommended in literature for this conventional tilapia? Is it also around 8% or lower or higher?
Nearly 5 to 8, 12%, nearly along with that percentages.
How your recommendations for this improved tilapia
Improved tilapia,
differ
we are
from
getting,
commercial one?
yeah, it's nearly about 8%. For in our we are getting the resources, and according to our climate range, we selected the 8% as the optimal one, sir. Optimal one, and also below some amount, nearly 5 to 8, it's okay, sir. Beyond that level, it's some water quality parameters were affected, and the HCR value was very high. Then that problem is rising, sir. So the 8% up to 8% is good. If 5 to 8% is normal, sir. But we should conduct further study, because as an initiation we conducted this, sir. But further studies should carried out different seasons and incorporating different antibiotic to prevent some diseases. Along with that, we can carry more, sir. Just for an initiation, we conducted this and recommend this one, sir. Immediate farmer recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the audience?
I have one question asked from the author. Kalavisha, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. According to your study, you have tested 3 feed regimes. I think 3%, 8%, and 12% of body weight per
Yes,
day.
sir.
So, according to the results, you have according to the results, I have observed that fish growth, fish growth of 8% feed regime and 12% feed regimes almost same.
Yeah.
So, but at the end, you recommend 8% that feed regime is the best one. So, what's the
Yes, sir.
reason why you are not recommending 12% of body weight instead of 8%? What's the reason?
Because, sir, when we feed high percentage in the body weight percentage, that's affecting the water quality parameters, sir. That exceeds the ammonia level, that may be the toxic level, that exceeding the optimal level for the gift tilapia, sir. That's why we avoiding the 12%. And also, if we compare the cost of the feed also, then it will increase. So that's why we recommending the 8%. 12 is affecting the water quality, mainly the ammonia, sir. That's the toxic level we observe.
Right. That means based on the water quality parameters, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you conduct any cost benefit analysis for this study?
No, sir. No any cost benefit analysis we haven't done, sir. In future studies we need to conduct, but it's normally we are practicing nearly 5%. 5% they are practicing here, sir. 5-3, but not 8. But we should conduct, sir. It's a little bit more percentage, so we should conduct in future, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, let's move to our final presentation. That is seasonal variation in limnology of freshwater in reservoirs in Sri Lanka and their impact on carp yield in captured bass fisheries. Authors of this study are let me check the last one. Yeah, SPIC Silva, UAD Jayasinghe, WMHK Vijayanayaka, KHMA Deepananda. So, paper will be presented by SPIC Silva on seasonal variations in limnology of reservoirs in Sri Lanka and their impact on carp yield in culture-based fisheries. Over to you, Silva.
Hello everyone, I am Nishan. I'm an appeal candidate in limnology from University of Roorkee. I'm going to talk about the seasonal variations in limnology of reservoirs in Sri Lanka and their impact on carp yield in culture-based fisheries. This is my content. I will directly move into the introduction part. You may know that we have more than 12,000 of irrigational reservoirs in Sri Lanka. See the red dots in the map at the right side. Currently, we are doing inland fisheries activities within these reservoirs, so it is specifically called as culture-based fisheries. In there, we produce small fish within aquaculture facilities, then we stock them within our reservoirs and capture them at marketable sizes. Accordingly, now we have several varieties of Indian and Chinese carps within our reservoirs. In here, my objectives were to identify the major limnological gradients in reservoirs and to determine the important environmental parameters and their effect in carp production. I have selected 5 reservoirs as Hambegamuwa, Kiribanwawa, Ursitawawa, Muthukandiya and Gestupana from southern region of Sri Lanka. The samples were temporarily collected from February 2023 to April 2024 with 6 sampling cycles that conducted by keeping 2 months time gap in between each sampling point. Accordingly, I have collected water quality parameters, temperature, pH, electrical conductivity, dissolved oxygen, alkalinity hardness, and also total nitrate and total phosphate, and surface area, shoreline length, watershed area as reservoir morphometry, and harvesting data and stocking data as secondary data. All the collected parameters were analyzed using principal component analysis, random forest, and generalized additive models. Finally, I have created several model outputs for carp production. As per the results, first, I have done a dimensionality reduction using PCA. It captured around 80% of the variation within samples with chlorophyll A, conductivity, oxidation reduction potential or activity of oxygen within water as main factors. Specifically, these samples from Kiribanwawa and Muthukandiya were separated as a cluster due to lower conductivity and primary production. It is possible because these 2 reservoirs use for drinking water plants, therefore these waters should be cleaner compared to others. I have laid the carp production as a surface in the PCA plot as a color gradient. It is positively associated with the increase in primary production and slightly towards the increase in conductivity. Considering the morphometry, I have laid the surface area variation at the back. It is negatively associated with the conductivity and the primary production. Let's check on the production modeling. I have created the univariate generalized additive model. Total alkalinity as the explanatory variable. It explained around 65% of the variation of carb production, specifically showing a peak in the middle. According to that, 100 to 150 milligram per liter of alkalinity is better for carb production. It is obvious because alkalinity is the buffering capacity against sudden pH changes during the rainfall in water, which can directly destroy the carb yields due to ionic imbalance. Considering the multivariate gamma analysis using catchment area and chlorophyll A as explanatory variables, it captured around 95% of the variation within carb production. High catchment areas are better. might be due to higher electrolysis input of nutrient and carbon to the reservoirs. Also, higher primary production is better because of the carbs directly or indirectly depend on the planktons for their growth. High elevations are not identifiable here because the data variance is not enough for that. To conclude the results, total alkalinity should be in the optimal range for higher carb production, conductivity, chlorophyll A, oxygen within the water are also important parameters to check, and higher carb production is always associated with higher primary production, otherwise where the higher catchment areas occur. Therefore, these water quality parameters and morphometric parameters are important considerations for culture-based fisheries carb production, which should be investigated more in the future. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Silla. Yeah, your presentation is open for discussion.
Thank you. So I have one clarification. So based on your findings, so what are the specific water quality criteria should reservoir owners or managers should concern? So
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned, we have to check the alkalinity. It should be in good range. Actually, these reservoirs that we cannot manage them because they are like natural reservoirs. But according to my results, I think those can be managed by managing the catchment area. That means the agricultural activities and other activities within this catchment area. If we manage them, we can manage these water qualities like total alkalinity and chlorophyll. We can manage them. In there, we can improve the carb culture or carb production.
okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I have one question, Silla. Now, did you consider feeding and other management factors into your consideration in your statistical analysis? How you control that kind of variations?
Yes, actually, we don't feed them. They are fed by natural available planktons and other food materials. So only in the like in fingerling stages, in small fish stages, we are feeding them within mainly the aquaculture facilities, and also after that they have some kind of cage system within the reservoir. In there also they feed them after releasing up to from like from fingerlings to adults. They actually not fed by us, so they are totally depend on the natural food they are available within these reservoirs.
So your judgment is that there are no such confounding factors apart from these limnological parameters.
Yeah, but in my study, I didn't do that. I think we can do it in the future. Maybe we have to cut and open the fish and check uh, uh, what are the feeding materials that we have in them. Because I think it is not possible to check the feeding things in the reservoir. Yes.
Yeah, I know, I understand.
So
Now,
yeah.
my concern is that whether, initial conditions might influence the productivity or yield, that kind of, that kind of confounding factors. If you leave that management related factors out of analysis, even such a situation, how you consider the baseline information, I mean, at the beginning situation. So I mean, at the beginning, what was the what could have been the stocking density, right? That kind of parameters. Anyway, I mean, it does not that downgrade your results, quality of results, but yeah, that kind of concerns can be raised from a technical point of view. If you think of a refinement of your results, and I mean, surely at your defense, that there may be some issues related to such things. I mean, as person who are not directly involved with the aquaculture, as a layman, I came up with that kind of concerns from as a technical point of views.
Actually,
Nice.
sir, in the stocking density point, we have kept the stocking density in the same level, like around 3,000 to like around 2,005, like that amount of per hectare fingerlings. So it directly involved with the NABDA. They are controlling those things, and with that, I think it is nearly the same because normally they are doing it because they gave the list of these reservoirs and they told us that they are stocking in these stocking densities. Nearly it's around 3,000.
Okay. So if you have those information, you can add them as an input of your analysis. If you have those information, that will definitely improve your
Yeah, I think.
accuracy and validity of your conclusions.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Sila, for your clarifications. Any more questions?
Yes, sir. From my side, no questions, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that interesting presentation, I think we can conclude our sessions. Nadisha, any more announcements from your side before I conclude?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Let me summarize our presentations.
Yes, sir.
We had 4 interesting presentations today. First presentation, we discussed about bovine lumpy skin disease. This is an important and emerging disease. So we have to be, as industry persons, we have to be vigilant about that study, that review surely give us a good insight into this course of action. And then we had the interesting presentation about the temperature humidity index. That's important from policy point of view. That's national-wide long-term study, 5-year study. Yeah, they had analyzed the temperature humidity index in different agroclimatic zones and how it influenced this animals production and welfare and that kind of thing. So that will be an interesting starting point for our policy formulators and also industry as well, if we take those studies as a baseline information. And then we had another study from aquaculture side, tilapia feeding regimens. That's important because it studied came out as a result of industry of farmers. Yeah, they had concluded or recommended 8% feeding rate for this genetically improved tilapia. And then finally, we had interesting analysis where authors had analyzed the limnological factors on the productivity of calf. That was also interesting study that we can get a lot of insight from those results. So I think we had a good discussion as well. I thank all the authors and also all the researchers who involved in the conduct of these studies. Finally, I think we have to thank organizers for arranging this wonderful occasion to share those important and interesting findings among learned communities. Hope this will shed a new light into the respective area of studies. With that summing up, I conclude my part from my end. Over to you, Nadishani, to conclude the sessions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we have now come to the end of the technical session on innovation in sustainable livestock, aquaculture, and animal health. First, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our session chair, Professor NSBA Mathapattu. Sir, your presence and insights added great value to this session. So I also wish to express my gratitude to our panel members, Mr. HKRS Kumara and Mr. LM Ripnas, for your valuable contributions and time. A special thank you to all the presenters for sharing your research and enriching the discussion. So thank you once again. So we will now begin our next session on advancing food security, nutrition, and post-harvest technologies within 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. I warmly welcome you all to the technical session on advancing food security, nutrition, and post-harvest technologies of the first International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2025. It's my honor to invite Professor D.M.C.C. Gunatilaga, the Director of the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, to chair this session. Next, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed panel members. Dr. Rubesh Liyanage from the Faculty of Technology, University of Sri Dayavarandhanapura, and Mr. B.P. Srivardhana from the Department of Agrotechnology, UCIARS. Dear Sir, Professor Gunatilaka, I warmly invite you to chair the session and proceed. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Welcome you all for the technical session of Advancing Food Security, Nutrition and Post-Harvest Technology. As explained, so we have around 8 research papers to present. So without wasting the time, first we can invite the press presenter. That is the title that press presenter present the presentation that under the title of Development of an Instant Biryani Full Meal Pack as Meal for the Ready to Eat. That is, I think, the presenter, Mr. M.H. Haseen Ahmad. Mr. Hasin Ahmed, now you can present your presentation.
Everyone, I'm Hasin Ahmed. The development of an instant biryani full meal pack as meal for ready to eat MRE. These are the information of my supervisors and this is the content of my presentation. So now let's begin with the introduction. The rice is a staple food for all over the Asia, especially in Sri Lanka. Even though the biryani is the most desirable and trending food from rice-based product because it has some unique taste, aroma and flavor. When coming to the problem identification and justification, in this modern world, the peoples are very busy with their day-to-day life. So they mostly preferred instant or ready-made food. So which means there is a high demand for instant meals. And there is very less or no rice-based, especially fully textured and structured rice-based in the Sri Lankan markets. And the biryani required the hours of time for preparation. Through instant biryani, we can reduce time from several hours to several minutes. And there is a huge market potential for everywhere at any time for consume the instant biryani from everywhere. The main objective is to introduce an instant biryani full meal pack as meal for ready to eat, and the other specific objectives are to find a suitable dehydration method and to find the most deserved rehydration method to determine the shelf life with different storage conditions. So now let's go with the materials and methods. The method of experiment. My research was conducted as series of experiment. There are 3 experiments. It was done by one. Each experiments are linked with specific objective in order. So let's go with one by one. The experiment 1, different dehydration method. Here 3 dehydration methods were evaluated with the freshly cooked biryani. The T1 is sun-dried, T2 oven-dried, T3 roasted. These are the main ingredients of the instant biryani mix. And when coming to the method of instant rice preparation, the basmati rice was cooked as a conventional way. Then it was allowed to air dried for into room temperature, and then it was transferred into freezer and freezed for minus 18 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. Then it was dehydrated as per the treatment T1 sun drying, T2 oven drying, T3 roasted rice. Then it was we can get via some period of times according to the treatments, and we can get dehydrated instant rice. The same as the method of biryani masala preparation, the selected spices were cleaned and dehydrated as T1 sun drying, T2 oven drying, T3 roasted rice. And other ingredients such as vegetables and other chickens were dehydrated as per sun drying method, and this is the final composition of instant biryani mix. So according to the final composition of instant biryani, all the ingredients were mixed together, and we can finally prepare the final mix of instant biryani mix and stored in airtight container for further experiments. So the experiment 2, different rehydration method. Here the instant biryani mix and the water by volume was evaluated with some parameters like quality and time requirements and the biryani weight. So the treatments were ratio of biryani mix and the water by volume. Treatment 1, 1.1 to 1 ratio. Treatment 2, 1 to 1.25 ratio. Treatment 3, 1.5 ratio. And according to the treatments, the rice was cooked via the related water by volume, and the parameters were evaluated and analyzed. The experiment 3, the different kind of storage packing materials with different storage conditions were evaluated via 5 kind of treatments. These are the treatments, and according to the packaging materials and the equipments, it was packed and stored for 60 days of evaluation period. And the quality analysis, the sensory test, microbial test, here TPC and YMC, and chemical test, pH, moisture, and proximate analysis were done at UCIARS and other government authorized research laboratories. And when now let's go with the results and discussion. The sensory analysis, there are 3 sensory analyses were done within 2 weeks interval. The sensory analysis 1 results, there is no significant difference between all the 4 treatments. And the sensory analysis 2, here also there is no significant difference between treatments. And the sensory analysis 3, there is also no significant difference between all the treatments. And when coming to the chemical, especially pH, there is no significant difference between all the 4 treatments. And the moisture test, there is also no significant difference between all the treatments. So according to the results of sensory analysis and physiochemical analysis and the microbial analysis, there is no significant difference between all the treatments with the control, which means all the dehydration methods were accepted, but we have to continue only one, the best one for the experiments. So we go with the cost effective and time requirements and easiness. So according to that, the sun drying T1 method dehydration was selected as a best treatments. And the evaluation of experiment 2, here there is a significant difference between treatment, and T3 was selected as a high quality, which means the softness of price. And the evaluation of experiment 2, rehydration time, there is a significant difference, and the T3 has a high time requirements. And the rehydration volume by weight, there is also a significant difference, and T3 was selected as high scored weight treatments. So according to the rehydration test, the 1 to 1.5 ratio rehydration for sun-dried biryani mix was selected as a best rehydration method. When coming to the experiment 3, the summarized results, here we evaluate the parameters of changes in sensory analysis, changes in pH, changes in weight, changes in TPC, and microbial analysis. So according to that, the mostly highest changes can be observed in treatment 5 in 30 days and also in 60 days. So according to the results, the T5 was rejected with 4 highest changes occurred, and the T1 was rejected for it is not applicable for everyone and everywhere at any time. So the other treatment 2, 3, 4 was selected for further treatments, and cost effective was observed, and the T4 HDPE under room temperature was selected as the best packaging materials. And this is the proximate analysis, nutrition analysis test. So finally, the sun-dried instant biryani mix with 1.15 ratio rehydration with HTP packaging under room temperature was selected as a protocol of my final product. And this is the way of cooking instant biryani mix. This is the protocol, and this is the budget for 225 gram for which is rupees 300 rupees. These are the references, and thank you.
Okay, now presentation is open for the discussion. Any question from the audience? I have one question. So that you did dehydration. So as one dehydration method, in sun drying. So once you do the sun drying, is there any flavor change? Because I'm sure that if you are doing direct sun drying, there will be a flavor change. Did you analyze it?
I compared with all the 3 dehydration methods, but the flavors were somewhat, according to dehydration method, somewhat lightly change in sunlight, and the roasting will somewhat change the flavors were, but as a summary, there is no much flavor changes could be obtained through that.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Dr. Umesh.
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Yes, I also have few questions, and my first question is about your topic. Here you have mentioned that this is a ready-to-eat product.
Yes, sir.
So, but it means don't we need to cook or at least microwave? Can we
No, we
directly?
have No, we have to boil for 3 to 4 minutes of time. As like the current market products, Maggi, Kothumi like products. We have to boil for 3 to 4 minutes of time.
Then you can't say it as a ready to eat. It's a ready to
Instant,
cook one. Instant, yes,
okay.
instant, that's fine. But here you have mentioned that instant, but development of instant biryani meal pack as a meal for ready to eat. So you have to correct it, I think. And the other question is, what is the rice variety you use here?
Basmati rice, long grain.
What is the reason for that?
Because and authentically the biryani was cooking from the basmati, which is the from in history the first biryani was used in basmati rice. Then it was spread out in all over the world, and according to their region and the culture and their facility, it was the biryani has new flavors using with new rices like basmati and samba, kiri samba. Likewise, the different kind of rice was used, but as authentic way historically, basmati was the main rice used for biryani.
And there are some different basmati varieties in the market. So better if you can mention the variety, right? In you're conducting your research, continuing this research. And didn't you compare your product with the market available products? Because in the market, we can see some commercialized products, biryani mixtures. Did you compare your product with the market available products?
No, sir.
Why?
Because but in Sri Lanka I didn't noticed this kind of biryani mix. I can only obtain the Maggi like noodles varieties in this local market.
Right. It means there are two ways, I think. If it is instant product, you can compare your product with at least noodles instant, or else you can compare your product with. Doesn't matter. The technique is different, but market existing products. If not, when you're marketing your product, how to justify that this your product is that can be mobile product, right? So therefore, if better if you can do it. Those are the comments and questions from my. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hazin, I have one question too.
Okay.
So you selected the best one as the sun-dried one, right?
Yeah.
Right. So once you sun-drying, we know that some of the residuals and some kind of external matters can be included while sun-drying. So that can be affect for the shelf life of the product. So any suggestions to prevent such a thing?
We can sun-dried via the glass structured glass closed structure system, like the polytunnel wise. Likewise, for if we commercially produce this kind of instant biryani, we can use the polytunnel like the small structures for this dehydration process through sunlight.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hussain.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any question from the audience? Okay, if there are no questions, thank you very much for your presentation. So we can go for the next presentation. That is formulation and standardization of natural liquid soap using Palmyra fruits pulp and butterfly pea flower. That is, the presenter is Mr. K. Khajan. The presentation is now.
Welcome to my presentation. It's a privilege to share my research finding with you. Today my topic is formulation and standardization of natural liquid soap using Palmyra fruit pulp and butterfly pea flower. These are the contents I have conducted to my research. Let's move to the introduction. The Asian Palmyra grows abundantly in the northeast and coastal northeast of Sri Lanka. Palmyra fruit pulp has anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. Likewise, we know the Clitoria ternate, or commonly known as the butterfly pea flower. It has been There are some medicinal properties like antimicrobial, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, cytotoxic, and anti-diabetic characteristics are there. This is beneficial to the human health. Problem justification. The study develops a cost-effective antioxidant-rich natural liquid soap using palmyra fruit pulp and butterfly pea flower, enhancing skin health and environmental sustainability. It adds value to the local resources, creates employment opportunities, and contributes to national economic growth. There are some general objectives to formulate and standardization of natural liquid soap using palmyra fruit pulp and butterfly pea flower. Other than the general objectives, there are some specific objectives also. First one, to formulate the natural cost-effective liquid soap using locally available resources. Second one, to identify the best formulation through the sensory and physiochemical analysis of the formulated natural liquid soap. Third one, to determine that the natural liquid soap complies with SLS requirement to determine the shelf life of the product. Material and methodology. My experimental design is CRD. I have used Kruskal-Wallis test for the parametric data. Number of treatments 6, number of replication is 3. These are the material and equipments I have used to conduct my research. Let's move to the methodology part. First of all, I was collected all the material, then I weighted all the material according to the requirement amount, then KOH was mixed with distilled water, then adding up the palmyra fruit pulp and butterfly pea flower extract and soapberry extract, then those parts mixed very well, add coconut oil, vitamin E and fragrance oil. Then we have to keep until we get semi-solid form. Once if we get the semi-solid form, then we can pour into the soap mold. Then we have to keep this sample 2 to 3 days for the dilution process. After the 2 or 3 days we can do the dilution process. For the dilution process I was used 1 part of the soap sample and 3 part of the distilled water. While we are doing dilution process, if we get proper viscosity, then we can bottle. Those are the methodology part. These are the equipment, treatment. I have selected treatment number 2. My main treatments are palmyra fruit pulp and butterfly pea flower. I have used 3.75 gram of palmyra fruit pulp, 3.75 gram of butterfly pea flower extract. Sensory evaluation, pH test, density, stability test, total free alkali, viscosity, forming ability test, total fattimeter. Under the data collection, under the parametric data I have collected pH test, density test, total free alkali, viscosity, forming ability test, total fattimeter, stability test. Under the non-parametric data I have collected sensory evaluation, antimicrobial test as well as shelf life. Data analysis, I have used Minitype software version 19. Kruskal-Wallis test was used to analyze the non-parametric data. One-way ANOVA was used to analyze the parametric data with the Tukey mean comparison method. Result and discussion part. This is the sensory evaluation. The people were selected treatment number 6. But according to the scientific data, I have selected treatment number 2. The pH test. Here, the highest value observed in treatment number 1 is followed by the treatment number 2. Density test. Here, the highest value observed in treatment number 1 it's followed by treatment number 2. The total free alkali. Here, highest value observed in treatment number 2 it's followed by treatment number 1. Viscosity. Here, highest value observed in treatment number 1. This is observed by, this is followed by treatment number 2. Forming ability, both are same. There is no significant difference between the treatment. This is the total fattimeter. According to the requirement, the total fattimeter should be, according to the standard, the total fattimeter should be above 15, but I have 45.4. This is the stability test. Then I have compared my sample with the SLS standard. SLS standard meal already commercialized product. According to the SLS standard, the pH should be less than 11, but I have 10.23. According to the SLS standard, the density should be more than 1.10 gram. I have 1.15 gram. According to the SLS standard, the total free alkali should be less than 0.5%. I have 0.28%. According to the SLS standard, the total fatty matter should be above 15%. I have 45.4%. According to the SLS standard, the viscosity should be 100 to 300 CPS. I have 75.42. According to the SLS standard, the microbial should be positive. I also got positive according to the microbial test. Then when we analyze the cost, I have spent only 700 rupees to produce the 1 liter of natural liquid soap. In conclusion, efficiency of the treatment for the formulation of the natural liquid soap is treatment number 2. Palmyra Prutpalpan Butterfly Fee Flower 3.755 is to 3.75, which is the best formulation through the sensory and physiochemical analysis. According to the parametric and non-parametric analysis, treatment number 2 is selected as the best formulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That now the presentation is open for the discussion. So I have one question. That is actually you are going to be formulate a liquid soap. What is the liquid soap? So what is the purpose? If you can explain briefly.
Yes, sir. Under the marketing, sir, there are several liquid soaps already available, but those they have produced already using chemical. But actually, while we are analyzing the natural liquid soap, this is very less in the marketing. As well as under the northern province, the Palmyra fruit pulp is freely available. So I have selected Palmyra fruit pulp and butterfly fee flower as my main treatment.
Yes, it says that the Palmyra has what is the significant reason for use the Palmyra? Because is there anything behind that?
Yes, sir. Palmyra naturally contained saponin. It's mean foaming ability naturally contained, as well as there are some material antioxidant and antioxidant properties also available in the Palmyra fruit pulp. This is too much beneficial to the human health and skin.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question, as Professor mentioned, highlighted. So in your objectives, you mentioned that this is a sustainable solution, but we don't have enough. I believe that we don't have enough Palmyra in Sri Lanka, at least for the food, but you are going to use it as a major raw material for soap manufacturing, right? And also blue butterfly pea is also have a high economic value nowadays. So this is a good product anyway. So how you are going to justify whether it is a sustainable solution or not? Because are you going to use food material as the main raw material for the soap manufacturing? So how you are going to justify it as a sustainable solution?
Sir, according to the northern province, sir, the Palmyra fruit pulp freely available, sir, year to year, as well as we are wasting around 1,000 metric ton of Palmyra year to year. So I think most probably it is sustainable. Sustainable. We can continue, sir, for whole years.
That's why I need to get from you. You didn't mention about its wait stage and post-harvest loss, right? Better to mention in your presentation there is a post-harvest loss. That's why we are going to use. And do you have any market strategies to market your product?
Yes, sir. Already, sir, I have analyzed in the market, sir. Really, I have planned to market this because of the reason already we produced. Now this is 1 year, but still the shelf life also very good because of the reason. All the characters are still good after from the produce date after 1 week. How it was
still now same futures are there. So now I have conducted with the Palmyra Research Institute. There are several opportunities to marketing this.
Right, good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kajan.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And I have a few clarification as the professor mentioned that so any reason why you particularly select that butterfly pea flower for as ingredient for preparing this liquid soap, and also did you do kind of consumer acceptance survey or something, or otherwise what are the parameters that you have used in the sensory analysis?
The first, I was selected butterfly pea flower as a reed menser. Butterfly pea flower has several beneficial features for the human health: antioxidant, cytotoxic characteristic, antimicrobial characteristic. There is no any harmful pathogens or harmful substances in the butterfly pea flower, as well as the butterfly pea flower also freely available in the northern province, as well as still anyone did not use the butterfly pea flower as the main component of their product. So while I am before my research, while I am searching about the butterfly pea flower, there are several beneficial characteristics for the human health. So natural soap also, natural liquid soap also, mostly we apply to the skin. So when we compare with the skin as well as the characteristics of the butterfly pea flower, I have selected as the treatment to mix with the Palmyra purple.
That's true. That's a kind of allergy conditions can be arise once some of the consumers will apply this kind of soap. So anyhow, I hope in the future you can develop the product as the doctor mentioned that to the market, right?
Yes,
right.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And we can go for the next presentation. That is development of value added. Oh, sorry, extremely sorry. The next presentation number 8. The title is Development of Spicy Masala Biscuit enriched with Cavendish banana blossom by mitigating the bitterness. That is the presenter is RMD P. Ratnaik. The presentation is open now.
Hi everyone, I'm Delini Ratnayaka. I'm today excited to share my research work on development of spicy masala biscuit enriched with Cavendish banana blossom flower by mitigating bitterness. This work was carried out with the support of the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and the University of Ruhuna Faculty of Agriculture. Cavendish banana. Cavendish bananas are one of Sri Lanka's major export crop. However, the banana blossoms, which are rich in nutrients, are often thrown away because they have a strong bitter taste. So the idea behind this research was simple. What if we could transform this waste into a value-added nutritious product? That's how the spicy masala biscuit enriched with Cavendish banana blossom flower was born. This research main goals were to develop and optimize a biscuit recipe using Cavendish banana blossom flower, to reduce its bitterness using safe food techniques, and to identify the most suitable packaging materials, and finally to evaluate shelf life and consumer acceptability. When preparing the banana blossom flower, it started by selecting mature Cavendish banana blossoms and remove the outer brackets, washed and sliced them into thin pieces around 3 mm to reduce bitterness. The slices were soaked in 0.3% citric acid solution for 30 minutes. Then dried them at 50 Celsius for 15 hours, creating the banana blossom flower. Previously, I mentioned conditions of 3 mm slice thickness soaked in 0.3% citric acid for 30 minutes and drying at 50 Celsius for 15 hours were selected based on preliminary tests to optimize quality and reduce bitterness. When preparing biscuit, I used traditional biscuit making techniques. Dry and wet ingredients were mixed and incorporated with butter. After kneading, the dough was rolled out, cut into pieces, shapes, and baked at 180 Celsius. Here no sugar or sweetness were added as the product is designed to be a savory spicy biscuit. I tested various formulations with 100% wheat flour and combinations of 10%, 30% and 50% Cavendish banana blossom flour substituted for wheat flour. Here I tested 3 types of packaging. First, polyethylene terephthalate. Second one, aluminium foil pouches. The last one is polypropylene bags. I tested how each material affected moisture retention and sensory qualities over time. Let's move to the results and discussion. First, nutritional comparison. Cavendish banana blossom flour versus wheat flour. Compared to wheat flour, Cavendish banana blossom flour has lower moisture content, significantly more ash and crude fiber, slightly fewer carbohydrate and a modest reduction in protein. So, it's healthier, high fiber alternative for bakery products. Then, biscuit nutrition with Cavendish banana blossom flour biscuit. As increased Cavendish banana blossom flour levels, you can clearly see fiber and ash increased, protein and carbohydrate content dropped. For example, 50% Cavendish banana blossom flour biscuit had over 61% fiber and only 63 carbs compared to nearly 90% in control biscuit. Here, this is my result of sensory evaluation. I conducted a sensory evaluation with 4 samples by cooperating 40 panelists. You can clearly see the graph how going. Sample 1, 100% wheat flour biscuit, best overall in appearance and flavor. Second sample, 10% Cavendish banana blossom flour biscuit, moderately accepted. The third one, 30% Cavendish banana blossom flour biscuit, lowest scores. Then finally, fourth sample, 50% Cavendish banana blossom flour biscuit, good in texture but in weaker appearance. So, 10% Cavendish banana blossom flour biscuit was found to be optimal for taste and consumer preference. Let's move to the result of packaging materials. Biscuit stored in aluminium foil pouches best retain crispiness, texture and flavor lasting more than 5 weeks. In contrast, biscuits in polyethylene terephthalate and polypropylene bag degraded faster. Let's move to the shelf life and expiry date. Microbial testing showed no growth for over 5 weeks in foil packaging. Sensory quality also remained acceptable during this time. So I recommended an expiry of 2 months if packed in aluminium foil package. In summary, this research shows that Cavendish banana blossoms, often discarded due to their bitterness, can be transformed into high fiber nutritious ingredient for value added products like spice masala biscuit. Using simple citric acid treatment of 0.3% I successfully reduced the bitterness and biscuits with 10% Cavendish banana blossom flour achieved the best balance of nutrition and consumer acceptability. Among the packaging options tested, aluminum foil pouches preserved quality the longest. Since the lowest tested level was 10%, it may be the most suitable incorporation, but exploring levels below 10% could offer even better result in terms of taste and market acceptance. I look forward to investigating this in future work. Before I over this, I would like to sincerely thank Professor Nilantha Lakshman from University of Ruhuna and Dr. Supun Bandhusekara from UCIRS for their invaluable guidance and support throughout this research. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Now, presentation is open for the discussion. So I have one question regarding this presentation. I mean that this research. So that is actually you saying in your presentation, bitterness is get rid. What is the major treatment for get rid the bitterness?
Citric acid 0.3% solution.
Okay, how do you measure the bitterness?
Actually, it's some small sensory evaluation.
Did you measure the initial bitterness with someone?
No, sir. Actually, it's 20 panelists. I select 20 students. Their result I got.
Okay, but it's not clear. That's why I'm asking that question. Even something we know, even in food engineering side. So once we want to make a texture of the biscuit, it should be in the gluten in the product. So without the wheat flour, it can't be go. We know that in the previous research, it's indicated maximum it can be go 30%. So that is that your result also indicated that. So beyond that, it can't go with good taste. Okay, thank you. But you have to identify that the major part, I mean, the major target is reduce the bitterness. Therefore, you must have a clear understanding how get rid the bitterness and what is bitterness. It should be better understanding. Okay, that is it required. Okay.
I also had the same question. Like, thank you, Professor, for asking that, because she has mentioned in the topic the main objective is to reduce the bitterness. And I have another question. In your 30% banana blossom powder, the 50% is better than 30%. So what is the reason for that? The 10% almost that's okay. Then we have to accept it. But when we are comparing 30 to 50, 50 is better than 30. What is the reason?
Sir, actually, it's 50% banana, 50% biscuit has a rough taste, but it can they accept my panelists, but it's weaker at that look appearance. Only look appearance, it's weaker.
And did you follow the standard for biscuits? SLSI standard?
No, sir.
Better to check the standard, to check the product, the standard, because I don't know whether we can incorporate such plant materials in this biscuit. And better if you can highlight the type of biscuit, whether it's a hard dough biscuit or soft dough biscuit, right? You can do these things in future. And banana blossom, so what is the reason of using that particular variety? Because, in some banana varieties, we are not consuming, right? In ambul, like, I can't remember the term. So some banana blossoms, we are not, normally, we are not consuming as a result of that bitterness. Why didn't you get that type of banana blossom?
Actually, my relatives cultivating that Cavendish
Okay.
variety. That's why I choose.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And adding to the professor and the doctor, the same question that I am having to the bitterness, that is your main objective. So we know that the person to person, the bitterness can be changed, right? So in here, have you used your panelist as the trained one or untrained one? Because we know that if you take the vegetable like bitter gourd, some of the consumers will prefer that bitterness. So once you reduce it, so you may need to neglect one market component. So my question is, so have you able to obtain the trained you are a panelist for the sensory evaluation, no, untrained?
Untrained.
Untrained. So when you are using the untrained ones, so how you determine the bitterness? Obviously, you have taken the kind of scale 1 to 5, but it is kind of, did you compare with the kind of any other thing to the bitterness, or directly you ask them to rate your rating on the bitterness?
I directly asked them, sir.
Okay. So I think my suggestion was it is good if you can compare with the kind of formal one. I think there are a lot of the developed one too, right? So thank you, Miss. So your valuable findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we can move for the next presentation. That is development of value-added tropical almond kernels and evaluation of shelf life and quality parameters. The presenter is Miss K.R.R. Gamage. Presenter can present now.
Hello everyone, I am Kitmini Gamage. My research topic is development of value-added tropical almond kernels and evaluation of shelf life and quality parameters. First, we will move to the introduction part. Tropical almond or Terminalia catappa is native to tropical Asia and common in Sri Lanka. The fruits have edible seeds that are nutritious and more delicious, but underutilized due to difficulty in peeling. These valuable nuts support for brain and heart health, improve immune system, regulate blood pressure and sugar levels, and control cholesterol levels. Then we will see objectives. The general objective is to develop sugar-coated and savory tropical almond snacks and determine optimal packaging. There are three specific objectives. They are to identify ideal sugar and spice levels, to evaluate nutritional, chemical, and functional properties, to assess shelf life under different storage conditions. Under methodology part, simply I divided this methodology part to three main categories. They are product development, product analysis, and shelf life study. Under product development, here you can see method of making sugar-coated tropical almond. By using this method, I develop 3 samples and select the best product by a sensory evaluation. This is the method of making savory tropical almond. Here also I developed 3 samples by using this method and select the best product by a sensory evaluation. Under product analysis, here you can see the parameters that I analyzed with their methods. Under shelf life study, here you can see the packaging types that I used. Here mainly I used 2 packaging materials. They are paper Ziploc pouches and Ziploc pouches with inner alufoil. I changed the inner condition with and without using silica gel. And these are the parameters that I used with their methods. In results and discussion part, first you can see sensory data evaluation. Sugar-coated tropical almond with 40% sugar level was selected as the best product by sensory evaluation, and savory tropical almond with 7.5% of spice level was selected as the best product by sensory evaluation. When considered about nutritional, physicochemical, and functional properties of the untreated tropical almond and the developed products, commonly these three types of tropical almond show a significantly differences values in each parameters. Here you can see comparison of shelf life properties. First, here you can see the color parameters of sugar-coated tropical almond and savory tropical almond with relevant time period. Here you can see the behavior of pH value and moisture content of sugar-coated tropical almond and savory tropical almond samples. When comparison of microbial properties, after 12 weeks, microbes could be detected in sugar-coated tropical almond samples and also savory tropical almond samples. When moving conclusion, the sugar-coated tropical almond sample with 40% sugar and the savory tropical almond sample with 7.5% masala was selected through sensory analysis. Higher nutritional composition found in savory tropical almond by physicochemical properties. There is no difference between two products. According to the shelf life analysis, the most suitable packaging is the Ziploc pouches with inner alfoil with silica gel condition. These are the references that I used. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. I have one question because in your title, the main title, it is just like a general title. But once I see your presentation, I observed in your general objective that is specify what you did in your research, but it's in totally wrong. So that you have, this is once I see your title, it is just like some general type. We can't identify what is the value-added product, but in the objective I found it, but it is not a way. But actually your general objective should be similar to your title. Okay, that need to be that correction you must do. Otherwise, it is wrong. Okay. So then you are make some toffee, isn't it? Did you make a toffee using this, or what sort of product?
No, sir. It's like a sugar coated, like peanuts, like.
Okay, a sugar coated peanut.
This is
this is
Sinhala
almond.
says no.
Yes,
Kotamba.
I understand. Kotamba, yes, I know well, because we also did a similar product like we previously here. We also did using the kotamba. We made the milk, so different type of product. But your one is you put some sugar coated in around that, and it is your. Is that your product?
Sugar coated and savory coated.
Savory coated. Okay. So how did you make the sugar coat around it? What is the technique behind?
The method is I add same amount of sugar and water, and then they get correct condition. I add some of butter or margarine.
So what is the binding agent?
Binding agent is sugar.
Sugar. Is it okay? The sugar, are you sure? Is it binding the long lasting? In the sometime, can it be separated? Can it be separated?
I check 3 months period. Not any change.
It doesn't change.
Yes.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you.
So, yes, there are some places to be improved, and anyway, its value addition is good in such countries. And my question is about why did you select, how did you prepare sugar solution? You mentioned that equal amount, water to sugar equal amount, and you must heat it up to around, what was the temperature, and why did you get equal amounts?
According to research paper, I could not find any method. So I follow some YouTube videos and I get advices from my elders. So I decide to do that method.
What was the temperature? Did you control the temperature in making that honey type
No.
mixture? No. It means in sugar caramelization, normally, I think Professor will also comment on that. Normally, we use 3:1 ratio in sugar to water. If not, you can't get the proper, you will get a binding like a solution, molten solution. Anyway, in caramelization, proper caramelization, normally we maintain 3:1 ratio sugar to water. And then temperature is very critical in sugar caramelization. If not, it will get contaminated. Like Professor mentioned, your color and texture, and it will dissolve, right? And it will separate with the surface of that particular seed. That type of things will happen. Therefore, there are you better as an undergraduate. That's good. Anyway, if you wish to continue this one, please follow the guidelines, and there are some standard methods to prepare. And here you got several data. That's good move. And I can remember in your sensory analysis, I could see some if you coated with sugar, sweetness has been increased, but its crispiness has been decreased in one sample that you selected. With the different sugar amount, your sweetness has been increased, crispiness has been decreased. I observed that one in your data. I think that must be the reason, because you didn't follow the correct method in preparing that coating, right? So anyway, please follow these things and guidelines, SL standards in preparing, right? Good product, you can move forward with all the
Thank you.
comments. Thank you.
Right, okay, and that is true that so you have developed value-added tropical almond kernels. So actually, I need to ask about kind of practical scenario by producing this kind of product. So you have taken the entire kernel, or you just cut off the fruit into the two halves, and then you have extracted the kernel. What is the methodology that you have followed?
I get entire kernels.
Now see that we all know that in the Terminalia catappa, it's a hard seed coat, right? Normally in that is practical situation. So I think once you remove the kernel, so what is the mechanism that you have used here?
Yes, there is a method. First, we get fruit and hit on turn on the horizontally and hit on it, and then thereafter it turn vertically and hit on top corner some 2-3 times. Then it peel off as flower petals, and we can get
So
kernel.
yeah, that's true. That it means that you have to engage much more kind of effort to remove the kernel, right? So if you have developed any kind of machine or something, that would be great. So then that's all.
Nowadays, excuse me,
Yes.
sir. Nowadays, our faculty, especially in engineering department, try to develop a machine for this.
Right. So that would be great. So that we all know that the kernels we all prefer, right? I don't know why you have incorporated kind of sugar coating. So if you have purely remove the kernel from the seeds and marketed it by dried kernel, so that would be very great, because you know that some of the consumers will not like that sweetness. That will be
That's why,
somewhat
sir.
yes, deteriorated. I mean that yeah, different from the original Terminalia kernels.
That's why, sir, I introduced two products.
Okay.
Sweet
Spicy,
and
yeah.
spicy.
Yes, right. Thank you very much, miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We can move next presentation. That is presentation number 21, development of a fictional beverage from pericarp and roasted coffee blends of coffee Arabica. The presenter, Miss P. Abija. Now you can present.
Good morning, all of you. I am Abhija Premanandaraja, and I am going to discuss about the development of a fictional beverage from pericarp and roasted coffee beans of coffee Arabica. This is the content. Introduction. Coffee beans are processed in two methods. One is wet and another one is dry method. In wet processing method, coffee pulp is disposed as waste in the disposal sites and river streams. Toxic compounds which leach from the coffee pulp pollute the environment and water sources. Coffee pulp can produce many value-added products, and also coffee pulp is rich in bioactive compounds and it can bring many health benefits. These are my objectives: to study the antioxidant activity with different fermentation time and to study the pH. Materials and methodology. Spectrophotometer and pH meter is mainly used, and also beaker, pectic dish, air dryer, mortar and pestle, grain grinder, sieve were used to prepare the beverage. First I got 1 kilogram of fruit, washed them, sorted. After sorting, I separated the fruit into 3 and then depulped the fruit, separated the pulp and the bean. After separating, the pulps were fermented according to 12, 18 and 24 hours for each sex separately. After fermenting, it was dried in the air dryer for 20 hours at 45 degrees C, and the dried samples were grinded and sieved. After that, second step, the coffee seeds were roasted in the oven, and then the samples were grinded and sieved. The both powders were mixed according to this treatment combination, and the beverage was prepared by added boiling water, 200 ml of boiling water to each samples, and the beverage was prepared. Extraction: 10 gram of coffee pulp was mixed with 100 ml of 80% ethanol solvent, stirred continuously for 24 hours at room temperature, filtered the extracted sample by number 1 Whatman filter paper. The samples were freeze-dried in Falcon tubes. The antioxidant activity is measured in this process by spectrophotometer and by adding DPPH solution. The pH was measured by pH meter. The samples were analyzed in two-factor factorial method. The factor A is fermentation time. The factor B is the ratio between berry and bean powder. The samples were analyzed in the Minitab version 19. There was no significant interaction between the factor A and factor B. This is the detailed chart of the antioxidant activity of Arabica. The antioxidant activity is increasing from F1 to F2 and then decreasing in F3 because the bacteria used for the fermentation release antioxidant metabolites which increase the antioxidant activity, and the antioxidant activity is decreasing because of the reduction of the fermentation, because the bacteria which is used for the fermentation needs nutrition nutrition. Because of the shrinkage of nutrition, the fermentation is reducing and the antioxidant activity is also reducing. The pH of Arabica. The pH is, there was no significant interaction between factor A and factor B. The pH is decreasing from F1 to F2 and then increasing in F3. According to this, the antioxidant metabolites are acidic contents. So, according to the because of the increase of antioxidant metabolites, the acidity is increasing, so the pH is decreased, and then increasing because of the reduction in the fermentation. The antioxidant metabolites are not produced, and the pH is also increasing. This is the detailed chart. According to my analysis, the antioxidant activity in coffee arabica was good in 18 hours and the pH was good in 24 hours. Suggestion to study the antioxidant activity of coffee robusta and the pH of coffee robusta, and also to study the other bioactive compounds. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. So from this presentation, I have a question that is, what do you mean by fictional beverages?
By mixing the coffee pulp and the seed, bean and the berry.
I'm not get what you say, but can you explain it a bit?
I am mixing both the coffee bean and the berry part, the all total part of the coffee fruit.
Okay, but it's not clear. But anyhow, so that the fermentation is most important in that coffee process. There are some because that if you want to get a good flavor from the coffee, the fermentation need to be altered. So but the method of fermentation you are not explained. Can you explain a bit about your fermentation process?
I kept the separated samples for 12 hours by adding water.
Keep for the 36 hours.
12, 18 and 24.
Only water. You're adding water and keep for the fermentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much of water you add?
Not like that, sir. Completely by adding
Yes,
to cover the samples by adding.
Yes. Yeah, actually, the fermentation process is the most important in coffee preparation of instant coffee or whatever it is. If the fermentation process is not doing properly, so that the final our ultimate target is not occurred. We can't get we can't achieve the ultimate target. So, but you must have a clear-cut idea about the fermentation process. Otherwise, it can't say that how much water and how long it will keep, what is the temperature, those kind of detail is must. Otherwise, the fermentation process not happen properly. Okay, I think, yes, thank you.
I also have two questions regarding your product development. And did you develop your product without coffee roasting? Just fermented. After fermentation, you develop the product and roasted it.
No, sir, roasting. I am adding the both powders, the coffee bean powder and berry powder. Roasted the coffee bean powder. I added the second powder is roasting the coffee bean powder and adding the ratio.
And how did you conduct the sensory analysis, and what are the parameters and hedonic scale? What was the hedonic scale?
7 scale.
How many panelists were there?
30 panelists.
Untrained or semi-trained?
and semi-trained.
In semi-trained and like a coffee-like product, very sensitive product. So at least you have to use 9 or 11 hedonic scale. That's why you get some confused results. Because if it is a semi-trained panel, coffee, that's very sensitive product. Sensory profile is very high. Therefore, if you use 7 or like hedonic scale, you will get confused results. That's why we are using 9 or 11 at least. 11 is the best. So if you can at least use 9, that would be better. And how about shelf life? I can't remember.
I didn't do that shelf life, sir.
Why?
I prepared the beverage and the samples were not much there, so I could. It's the off season for the coffee, so I couldn't able to get the samples.
And how about the color degradation of your product? What happened to your color once you store it? Keep it outside or inside the refrigerator?
Yes.
Did you?
I got the color sample also, sir. I analyzed the color also.
What happened to the color with the time?
Elephant green color I got for all samples.
Same color?
Yes.
Where did you store your product? Kept your product?
Falcon tube. Falcon tube, the powder.
No, how did you store your beverage? Where did you kept your beverage?
I analyzed the color with the powders.
No, I'm asking the color of the final beverage product.
Brown color beverage, sir. I didn't.
Yes. And where did you store your product? Refrigerated conditions or exposed to the sunlight?
Exposed to sunlight.
Then what happened to the color? No, don't get confused. I'm asking. With your pH variation, we have to confirm what has happened to the color. Because if you're going to market this product, you will get customer complaints regarding color degradation because coffee color is there and your pH change, the range is very high. That's why I asked the question. So better if you can do it, continue it if you didn't conduct that part.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Right, Ms. Abhija, do you have any idea about the commercially available coffee product? Are they used in the perigraph or yes or no?
Mostly they are using the roasted coffee bean for the commercial product.
Okay. So that's true that the fictional beverage means that kind of induced beverage, right? So that's why you have used the term fictional. But as the professor mentioned, that word explain kind of very confused manner. Anyhow, so that is very good. As the Dr. Rumesh explained you, so you have to be you have to aware about your product. I mean that once you keep it, because this is fermented, right? So always it is fermentation is happen. So therefore you need to look at that product very carefully. That is the one suggestion. And as the Dr. Umesh mentioned, so you need to use kind of trained person to test this kind of product. We all know that the tea and the coffee are very sensitive products. And if you have the tea, there are tea, what do you call the tea tasters. Likewise, coffee also, there are tasters. They are the one who actually decide the product. So as the suggestion, I am just recommending the next time once you do it, so use kind of trained ones, right? So thank you, Ms. Abhija. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we can move to the next presentation. That is number 36, the title is Encapsule Probiotic Loaded Beetroot Leather Study on Sensory Attributes, Storage, Stability, and Bioactivity and Digestivity Rate. So that presenter is Miss K.D.T. Navoda. Yes, Miss Navoda, you can present now.
Hi everyone, let's dive into my research development of encapsulated Lactobacillus rhamnosus loaded beetroot leather and its characterization. The global food system nowadays faces challenges like population growth, climate changes, finite resources, and changing consumer behaviors. Functional foods such as probiotics and prebiotics offer sustainable solutions to these prevailing problems. So, my research aims to develop probiotic-enriched beetroot leather, a nutritious, shelf-stable functional food, and a vegan snack by encapsulating Lactobacillus rhamnosus to enhance its survival and functionality. This research mainly highlights how to formulate encapsulated Lactobacillus rhamnosus within the beetroot leather matrix and its characterization and sensory evaluation. Let me now walk you through the methodology of this study. First, let's see through the encapsulation process. Commercially available Lactobacillus rhamnosus was obtained and cultured in MRS broth. After 24 hours of incubation period, it was again subcultured in MRS broth in order to increase the purity of the culture. Then the biomass was harvested by centrifugation and was resuspended in sterilized distilled water to prevent dehydration of probiotic cells. 3 formulations of encapsulation matrices were developed as 50% maltodextrin, 50% sucrose, and 33% maltodextrin plus 17% sucrose. Encapsulation was done using freeze-drying method, and the encapsulated probiotics were then characterized for their physical characteristics, including encapsulation efficiency. After selecting the encapsulation matrix with the highest encapsulation efficiency, we move forward to the formulation of beetroot leather. Beetroot puree was made using lime juice and water, and it was held at boiling temperature for 30 minutes. After letting it cool down to the mentioned temperature, starch and probiotics were added to the puree. Leather was developed by oven drying the puree at 50 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. Formulated beetroot leathers were then subjected to characterization. Let's now dive into research findings. According to the characterization of microcapsules, we can observe that 50% maltodextrin has showed the superior characteristics when compared to other matrices, except in encapsulation efficiency and color parameters. There was no significant difference in color parameters between the matrices. On contrast, the matrix with 33% maltodextrin plus 17% sucrose showed the highest encapsulation efficiency, making it the best fit for the beetroot leather formulation. After selecting the matrix with highest encapsulation efficiency, 3 formulations of beetroot leather was developed as shown in this table. Here, lemon juice is added to mask the earthy flavor of beetroot, while starch is added to improve the spreadability and physical characteristics of the leather. Through the sensory analysis results, it is identified that beetroot leather with encapsulated probiotic as the best consumer feed model. By the storage stability analysis, we have identified that pH has decreased and titrable acidity has been increased over time in all 3 formulations. But these changes were not significant as the metabolic activities of the probiotic bacteria has been hindered within the leather. Coming to the main point, the lactic acid bacteria viability has been reduced in both the samples containing probiotics as shown in this graph. Taking it as the quality deteriorating factor, the calculated accelerated shelf life of this product is 105 days for the one with encapsulated probiotic and 67 days for the leather with free probiotic. This proves us the positive effect of the encapsulation on the viability of probiotics upon processing and storage. When we look into the antioxidant activity testing, it is observed that the leather formulation with encapsulated probiotics has the lowest total phenolic content and DPPH inhibition power. So, it can be concluded by referring to other literature that probiotics and the encapsulation matrix create some sort of interaction with phenolic compounds and hinder their release and antioxidant activity. But on the other hand, in FRAP analysis, we test the ferric reduction potential of the available antioxidant compounds. The availability of antioxidant compounds is not affected by the addition of probiotic or their encapsulation. Therefore, there is no significant difference among the FRAP values of 3 samples. By conducting an in vitro analysis, we were able to confirm that beetroot leather formulation with encapsulated probiotic had a better survival rate under GI conditions with compared to the leather with free probiotics. This proved us that encapsulation provides a protection to the probiotics, improving their viability and controlled release in GI tract. To conclude, let's recap the research findings. At the end of this research, we were successfully able to develop the beetroot leather incorporated with encapsulated Lactobacillus rhamnosus, and its characterization and sensory evaluation was done, followed by these mentioned findings. Given below are the research articles that I referred. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. So that my question is, I think presenter will be here. I think. What is the significance of beetroot leather regarding this matter?
The first thing is, even though as Sri Lankans we consume beetroot regularly, when we consider about the other countries, they do not prefer beetroot because of this earthy flavor. So that's one reason I selected beetroot to produce a product by reducing that earthy flavor. And the other thing is, even in Sri Lanka, the post-harvest loss of beetroot is higher. So that's another reason why I selected beetroot. And the third reason is beetroot is high in dietary fiber. So it acts as a prebiotic for the probiotics we added to the products. So those are the reasons I selected beetroot.
Okay. And you have said that the antioxidant properties. So what are the antioxidants? There are so many antioxidants. So what are the specific antioxidant properties with that one with your the product?
The main antioxidant compound is betalain.
Okay, vitamin. Okay.
Yes. The antioxidant properties I tested was total phenolic content, DPPH power, and FRAP analysis I did.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very good study, and you have done it nicely.
Thank you.
So many data available, and I could see that. Did you analyze the color stability of the product?
No, sir. I analyzed the color stability actually for the encapsulated powder, but I was unable to analyze the color for the final product because I mainly targeted on the probiotic viability.
Now your product is, the functions are okay, then you have to pay attention on the color and all these things, because rather than using in marketing, the color is very important. And in your sensory web diagram, I saw that in appearance, there are also, I think, maybe very less results, negative results for the appearance. What or the one attribute?
It's for the texture, sir, because in the product with molded X-ray, I mean the product with encapsulated probiotic, it gave a gummy texture. That's because of the molded X-ray I added.
Did you check the stability with cassava powder starch
No, sir.
together with molded extreme?
No, sir.
Better if we can do it, because that's not nice. Your web diagram, the other characteristics are okay, but one thing is there. And the other thing is, what would be the ultimate objective of this research? You're going to commercialize as it is, or?
Yes, there is a idea for commercialization, but I have to take the approval from the university. But the ultimate goal of my research is to develop a product for the vegan population. Because that means the probiotic intake of vegan population is very low, because most of the probiotic products are dairy products. So my ultimate goal is to produce a vegan product with probiotics.
Yeah, will be a fruit leather or any other product incorporated? Fruit leather
it's a
incorporated
fruit
ones, or it means you are planning to add more value to this product in the future?
No, sir. I already developed it by adding the probiotic.
Yeah. I know that it's a fruit leather, no? So you are
Yes.
going to market it as fruit leather or else as any other product?
No, as the fruit leather itself because it's
Ah,
a minimally processed product.
okay, good. Thank you.
Right, Miss Nawada, actually it's a very good study and you explained really well. And we just have a kind of clarification that so one thing I need to ask that the encapsulation efficiency, I think the T1 is having a lower value, right? Am I correct? Can you justify in encapsulation efficiency? I think the T3 is the highest. Maybe you have used the 3 treatments, no?
Yes.
T3 is highest, but when compared with the other parameters, T1 is good, right? So can you please justify that result, please?
Yes, sir. T1 means the 50% sucrose sample. Sucrose is relatively hygroscopic, so it absorbs water. So therefore, it reduces the viability of probiotic. And when we compared it with the 33% maltodextrin and 17% sucrose sample, the maltodextrin creates hydrogen bonds with protein and it prevents denaturation of protein during dehydration. So that's
Okay.
why it is protected.
It is right. Thank you very much, and you explained really well too. So we wish you all the best, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We can move to the next presentation. That is presentation number 53. The title is Quality and Sensory Evaluation of Different Aromatic Rice Varieties for Rice Milkshake Production. The presenter is Miss L.P.R. Pumali. Now, presenter can present.
I'm LPRV Pumali. Today I will be present my research on quality and sensory evaluation of different aromatic rice varieties for rice milkshake production. This research was conducted in collaboration with the Rice Research Station, Ambalan, Total. Here is quick overview of what I will be covering in this presentation. Introduction. Rice-based food available to consumers providing more options for dietary diversity and promoting nutritional and health benefits. In the food industry, rice is used to make different byproducts. Rice is used as a beverage only in the form of porridge, rice porridge. This research aims to introduce rice as a beverage option in the form of rice milkshake to the market. This product can be introduced for people who don't like dairy foods. Objectives: to develop a rice milkshake, to identify the most suitable candidates for rice milkshake formulation, and to evaluate quality characteristics. Selected rice varieties for this research: 8306, 8309, and BG300. Those rice varieties are all rice varieties are white rice varieties. Preparation of sample. 15 kg of each rice type were processed through a 3-stage threshing process. Only the final 5 kg was used to ensure purity and consistency. To develop milkshake, did trial in the 3 times and collect sensory data for developed milkshake. According to the sensory data, we finalize this step and materials amount for milkshake. These are the materials and equipment. Methodology. These are the steps of methodology. These are the final product. Under data collection, physiochemical properties, proximate analysis, amylose content, antioxidant properties, and shelf life under 2 conditions. We collected these all data. Sensory data collected using sensory evaluation. 7-point hedonic scale was used by 30 and trained panelists to evaluate appearance, aroma, color, taste, mouthfeel, and aftertaste. Test result using one-way ANOVA with 95% confidence, statistic 8.1 and mean tab 17 were used and used LSD for mean separation and 5% significant level. Result and discussion. Sensory evaluation. According to result shown here, the best milkshake sample is treatment 1, 8306 rice varieties. In addition to sensory and nutritional evaluation, I also monitored the physiochemical properties of milkshake over 14-day period, focusing on pH and EC values. pH value showed a decreased trend over time, and EC value were measured to assess ionic concentration changes in the milkshake over time. An increase in EC may reflect mineral release of microbial product. The quality characteristic tested for milkshake sample: amylose, antioxidant, iron, ash, protein amount. Shelf life. The shelf life was about 2 days at room temperature and 12 days under cool storage. Conclusion. The rice milkshake was made of rice powder, sugar, salt, vanilla, and treatment 1 attained high score for sensory attributes of appearance, color, aroma, and overall acceptability. Value of pH to be had of rice milkshake 6.3 to 5.9. According to sensory data, selected sample was evaluated of protein not traceable and antioxidant, amylose, iron, ash content we collected. Shelf life evaluation was done for all treatments, and shelf life of developed product can be concluded as 12 days under cool temperature. The estimated cost for making 1 liter of milkshake was 93 rupees. References. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. So I have one question. I think the presenter is available currently, maybe. That is that research is doing for the quality and sensory evaluation of different aromatic rice varieties for rice milkshake production. So milkshake production, so that different varieties that I mean that researcher doing different, make the different milkshake, and it evaluate for the sensory qualities. So, but to making the milkshake, the way of making milkshake is not explained. Like what is the particle size of rice it use? So all information is hidden. So can you explain those kind of things? Because that is depend on the quality, definitely. Otherwise, the way of making milkshake, like before preparation of milkshake, rice flour need to make. So rice flour, the particle size and the moisture content, all are important. So, but it is not explaining. So can you explain it, the way of preparation of milkshake? The presenter may not available.
Sir, I'm here.
Okay, but we can't see you. Can you switch on your camera?
I switch on my camera.
But we can't see you. But it doesn't matter. Can you explain it? The question asked. So way of preparation milkshake.
It's first rice take and wash and 2.5 hours for soak and soak. Then blend rice milkshake and sieve micrometer 250 micrometer fever.
200 micrometers is enough.
250.
250.
Yes.
So then it is a suspension.
Yes.
It will be definitely not a shake, like because particle size should be smaller for make you know, the emulsification purpose it require.
It's something some shake me.
Okay, I think you didn't do that one, that part, not study well, that part. Actually, the sensory quality is depend on that parameters too. That's why I'm asking. It's all right. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So it's a good product. And how did you select those varieties?
I select those varieties with research station is grown varieties, and it has more aroma and high uh, sensory after cooking. High, they have aroma and flavor high, good quality.
How did you determine the aroma?
After cook.
How did you determine? You
With
just smell it out and
yeah.
you just smell it out and decide it's a aromatic variety.
Yes, than other varieties.
It means you select, or was there a panel?
Panel in rice research station panel, they have trained panel, so they always research doing with rice. They selected those varieties with their sample.
And in your cost analysis, it's very cheap in cost. And where are the raw material, packing material cost and other costs? Just only raw material cost is there. You have to incorporate the packing material and other costs as well in if it is cost analysis. And in your sensory analysis, you mentioned that one-way ANOVA you have used.
Yes, sir.
What is the reason? Didn't you compare your product with the market available products, milkshakes?
It's can compare only dairy products. Milkshake dairy products have.
Yeah. Did you check?
Yeah.
Where are the data?
Not adding the data. Just check.
It means you just drink a bit of market available and your one, and you decide your one is a milkshake.
No, under sensory evaluation, I did it.
Yes, I'm asking. Yes, I'm asking about the data.
Most under with dairy product, most of sensory data like persons like dairy product with its milk, and someone like rice milkshake their own.
How did you compare by using one-way ANOVA? Two data sets. So some questions are there, right? You better to improve the outcomes and the methods. Your concept is good, but you have to improve those things. Thank you.
And that's true that so there are kind of the research component that you need to follow. So I don't want to ask much more question. So according to the result, you said that the T1 treatment is best. Am I correct?
Yes.
But when we see that your web diagram, maybe one parameter. So the T1 is somewhat lower than the other. Am I correct?
Yes, I under sensory evaluation, T1 is best selected one.
Selected one. So how many parameters you were checked on the sensory evaluation?
7 parameters.
7 parameters. But when I see the diagram, one parameter that I don't know the reason that the T1 is not the highest or the not the best, right? Right, then and you in the proximate analysis you have done the ash and the iron, right? So you did not go to the some other parameters too. So suggestion is to improve the kind of parameters that you are using, right? Okay, and you need to be improved little bit regarding the study. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We can move to the next presentation. That is the final presentation of this session. That is presentation number 59. The title is quantification of caffeine and 5-caffeinonic acid, that is 5-CQA in 7 European commercial roasted coffee Arabica, using the HPLC PDA method. That presenter is Miss UR Chandimala. Now presenter can present the
Hello everyone. I am Rushanti Chandimala from the Széchenyi István University, Hungary. I am here to present the findings of the study on quantification of caffeine and 5-caffeinic acid in 7 European commercial roasted coffees using HPLC PDA method. Coffee is the second most consumed beverage in the world. Regular coffee consumption is known to cause many health benefits due to the presence of a range of bioactive compounds such as caffeine and chlorogenic acids. The literature about the caffeine and 5-caffeinic acid in commercial roasted coffee brews is limited. Therefore, this study was designed to analyze those constituents in 7 popular coffee types in Europe and among the global community. Now, let's move to the methodology. Here you can see the types of commercial coffees used in this study along with their intensities. Separate calibration curves for caffeine and 5-caffeinic acid were developed by plotting concentration versus peak area using inert sustained phenyl HPLC column. Caffeine and 5-CQA were extracted using 3 methods. The first one, heat refluxing with 40 milliliters of 60% methanol for 20 minutes. The second one, extraction with 30 or 50 milliliters of hot water using a coffee machine. And the third one, extraction with 300 milliliters of hot water using a coffee machine. Quantification of the constituents was performed using the calibration curves regression equation of the best line of fit. Here you can see the developed calibration curves and regression equations. The correlation coefficient values for both caffeine and 5-CQA were 0.999. The highest caffeine and 5-CQA concentrations were recorded in methanol extracts. This chart shows that the highest caffeine was found in Milano Dolce Gusto, while the highest 5-CQA was found in Forte Lungo Espresso, followed by decaffeinated espresso. Amongst the 2 water extraction methods, 300 ml infusion had higher results than 30 or 50 ml infusions, and the results are demonstrated in this chart. The trend of caffeine and 5-CQA concentrations was same as in the methanolic extraction method. Milligrams of caffeine and 5-CQA recorded in the best water extraction method along with the recovery percentages are demonstrated in this table. In the present study, caffeine to 5-CQA ratios recorded in the tested coffee types were calculated, and the lowest ratio was found in decaffeinated espresso. Based on that, we recommend that the most health beneficial coffee sample tested in this study is the decaffeinated espresso. As we have come to the end of this presentation, I will conclude the findings like this. Amongst the tested 7 coffee types, the highest 5-CQA concentration was found in Forte Lungo Espresso, which was 26.6 milligrams per capsule, followed by decaffeinated espresso, which was 25.9 milligram per capsule. The highest caffeine concentration was found in Milano Dolce Gusto, which was 109.3 milligrams per capsule. Based on the caffeine to 5-CQA ratio, the most health beneficial coffee sample tested in this study is the decaffeinated espresso. Here are the references used in this presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, if the presentation is open for the discussion. So here I have, for general type of questions, so that you analyze that 7 coffee varieties in commercial coffee varieties. So out of the 7, what is the most popular coffee variety in the Europe?
All these 7 types are popular, but this
Yes, among those.
Portelunco and Milano Dolce Gusto, these are highly used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In quantification process of that, as you said that Milan, I think that variety. What are the caffeine content? Is that high or low comparison to other varieties?
In
According to
Milano
your
Dolce
results?
Gusto, yes, the caffeine content was highest in that variety compared to others.
Okay. So that caffeine content, I think in your research you may identify it. It depends on which what environmental factors or the way of what we call that some other factors like processing factors. So what factors is the most effective?
I think it is the processing method, or also there is an effect from the variety using, because in all these coffee Arabica types are used, but depending on the manufacturer, there will be some variations in the variety they are using. So I think that may be the reason. And also the roasting content also affects caffeine and 5-CQA both. So I think that is the reason for this high caffeine content in this Milano Dolce Gusto.
Okay. Maybe sometime if the alter some environmental factors like the place of growth, it can be altered, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, possibly, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Right. So it's a good study if you can actually compare the Sri Lankan varieties as well, right? When you're going back, bring some Sri Lankan samples and check the caffeine availability, and you can compare. At least I think we have to think on commercializing Sri Lankan coffee rather than tea. The tea market is going bad now. So if we can market coffee again, that would be a great opportunity. So you can add something for that as well. And I have a little doubt about the literature. So you mentioned that the coffee is the second most popular beverage in the world or in the Europe?
It's the world.
Yes, is world. I think it's
It comes
third.
after water. Yeah.
Yeah, that's based on actually literature. I mean, I just checked that the tea was the second and something, the beer is the second. So better if you can. And the literature is, you found in 2019, right? I think. Better check with the
And it's a non-alcoholic
right.
types, yeah.
Then what about tea then? I think the tea.
Tea comes after coffee.
Coffee, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And as the professor mentioned that better if you can do a study, what are the environmental factors that directly affects on the caffeine content, and did you characterize the caffeine, the each and every variety, are those similar in the what do you call the chemical compound? Molecular shape, did you study the molecular shape?
No,
Are
we
those
didn't.
similar or are there any changes in caffeine? Similar, almost similar caffeine? or different varieties?
I think the caffeine is similar. The structure is always similar in all types. But as I
I read
mentioned,
one article, there are some sub-varieties in caffeine. In different with the different coffee varieties, there are some little changes. With that, the absorption will also difference to the body. That we
maybe.
and especially the brain function, the caffeine will directly affect on the brain function. I read because I did my PhD in the similar area, so I can remember I read an article before 5 years back. Different caffeine varieties with little changes, they will affect on different way. Right, better to check. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right, Ms. Chandimala, that I have one clarification. Actually, in here you have used the 7 European commercial roasted coffees. Any particular reason why you have selected this particular 7?
Yeah, these are the most popular types and mostly available types in supermarkets in Europe, in Tesco, Lidl, and all. We can easily find these things. So, and our next goal is to go for the encapsulation. So here we are focusing on the availability, and also we are choosing only coffee Arabica types, not Robusta types. Robusta types are having very harsh and stronger flavor and having higher caffeine content. Our main goal is for 5 CQA.
Right.
So
yes,
that's why we
true.
selected
And
these types. Yes.
thank you. And then one thing, so do you have any idea about the market component? I mean what is the most preferred coffee variety in the Europe?
It's Arabica, coffee Arabica types. Yeah, the ones I have chosen are the most popular types. Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Chand.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And I think you can, Ms. Chandimala can do the similar things on the Sri Lankan varieties also. So I think that is, I think we have around 8 presentations, 8 in this session. See, we wind up the session. So in this session, we are going through the different food product preparation and what we call that some quality parameter analysis and some product development type of presentations. So out of these presentations, I think we can get a lot of I think innovative product development. So that is maybe one target to introduce this kind of symposium. So I think we thankful to all the presenters for sending their papers and presenting this kind of scientific forum. And my sincere thanks for Dr. Ramesh for his valuable contribution to our presentation, and my colleague Mr. Sirivardhana and his contribution for this presentation. Thank you for all. We can wind up the session.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Buddhiga, for inviting me. And nice to meeting you today
Nice
after a
to
long
meet you
time.
too. Yes, after a long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we have to come to the end of technical session on advancing food security, nutrition and post-harvest technologies. At the end of this session, I would like to thank all the presenters who have shared their valuable findings with us. And thank you very much, sir, Professor DMCC Guruntilaga, for chairing this session. And thank you very much, Dr. Umesh Lianage and Mr. B.B. Sirivardhana for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. We will now begin our next session on agribusiness policy and rural transformation within 5 minutes. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session on agribusiness, policy and rural transformation in First International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2025. I am honored to invite Dr. Sampath Dharmadasa, Senior Lecturer in Agriculture Economics, Department of Export Agriculture, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, University of Uvavellasa, to chair this session. Then, I would like to invite our panel members, Mrs. S.L. Navaratna, Senior Lecturer, Department of Food Technology, UCIARS, and Mr. B.P. Sirivardhana, Department of Agrotechnology, UCIARS. Dear Sir, Dr. Sampath Dharmadasa, I warmly welcome you to chair the session and proceed. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss. I hope you can hear me well. Right? Can you hear me? Hello, I hope you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. So then, once again, welcome to International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, ISATRS 2025. So, the session is agribusiness policy and rural transformation. And we have two panel members as the computer mentioned, that is, they are Mr. B.P. Sirivardhana and Ms. SAP Nelka. So the time allocated for each presentation is 10 minutes. So that means including question and answer session. So we'll directly go to the first presentation, that is on impact of knowledge transfer on innovation, acceptance, and in enterprise performances through sustainable entrepreneurial behavior, a case study in Ratnabura district, Sri Lanka. And the presenter is Miss S.D.D. Ratnachandra. Over to you, Miss.
The research topic is Impact of Knowledge Transfer on Innovation Acceptance and Enterprise Performance through Sustainable Entrepreneurial Behavior, a case study, Ratnapura District, Sri Lanka. Moving into the introduction section, knowledge transfer is essential for enhancing the innovation acceptance and involve the exchange of information, skills, and competencies within the organization. Moreover, knowledge transfer is important for improving the competitive advantage, economic contribution to elevate the performance of the enterprises, while enhancing the sustainable entrepreneurial behavioral orientation. Hence, it is important to identify the interconnectedness of knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance, enterprise performance, and sustainable entrepreneurial behavior. Significance of the study. As Sri Lanka is a developing country, promoting sustainable entrepreneurial behavior is crucial. In addition to that, the role of sustainable entrepreneurial behavior as a mediator in the relationship between knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance is relatively unexplored. Hence, it is timely important to explore the existing knowledge gap of the impact of knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance and enterprise performance, focusing on how sustainable entrepreneurial behavior mediates this relationship. Therefore, it is time to find out what is the impact of the knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance and enterprise performance, focusing on how sustainable entrepreneurial behavior mediates this relationship. This is the conceptual framework of the study. Based on the conceptual framework, I developed this hypothesis for conducting my study. Moving into the research method, research strategies, survey strategies, the data collection were done by using questionnaire survey and also the focus group discussions. Consider the sampling procedure. The total sample size is 392 farmers and they selected from the non-proportionate random sampling method. The Ratnapura district consists of 4 AI ranges: Ambilipitiya, Balangoda, Ratnapura and Nivitigala. Those 4 AI ranges are subdivided into AI segments. From those AI segments, I selected 28 farmers from each AI segment to study the heterogeneity nature of the farming sectors of the study area. These are the selected variables and their indicators used in this study. Moving into the results and discussion section, the socio-demographic factors of the respondents. According to that, the most of the respondents are male and married, and they are in 40 to 59 years age range. In addition to that, the majority of the respondents are educated up to senior secondary level and their monthly income is reported as less than 1 lakh. The major type of enterprise is consider the study area, the farm level producers. This is the measurement model which I use to analyze the impact of knowledge transfer on innovation acceptance and enterprise performance with the mediating role of sustainable entrepreneurial behavior. These are the path analysis findings of this study. These are the hypotheses I selected from this study. Based on that, the knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance has a significant effect on enterprise performance. In addition to that, the knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance has a significant effect on sustainable entrepreneurial behavior. The sustainable entrepreneurial behavior has a significant effect on enterprise performance. In addition to that, sustainable entrepreneurial behavior has a significant mediating effect on the relationship between knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance and enterprise performance. These are the focus group discussion findings. Moving into the conclusion section of the study, Majority of the farmers are male, married, and have obtained senior secondary level education. Therefore, they have the ability to access and adapt new technologies to improve the agricultural production, entrepreneurial behavior, and also the enterprise performance. The findings of the quantitative aspect of the study provide strong support for conceptualized model and the hypotheses tested. The knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance significantly affect both sustainable entrepreneurial behavior and enterprise performance. According to the results of the qualitative findings, knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance facilitate the adoption and practices that promote environmental friendliness, equity, and economic stability, thereby addressing social sustainability challenges. In particular, knowledge transfer in innovation acceptance effort that emphasize peer learning, community success stories, and training programs can increase the perceived value of these innovations, enhancing acceptance and enterprise performance. These are the references used in this study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss. I think it's an interesting presentation, and we have our panel members. Over to you, Ms. Sirivardhana, and our lady, so you can ask questions.
Thank you, Sampath sir. So actually, it's a good study. So what I need to clarify a few things. I think the author is here, right? Miss Ratna Chandra. Are you there? Okay, right. Miss, what are the enterprise performance criteria that you have used in your study? Kind of variables?
Yes, I selected three criteria: economic performance, operational performance, and market performance. These are the three variables I selected to consider to measure the enterprise performance.
Right. So in your analysis, you have used the structural equation modeling, is it?
Yes.
Right. Any particular reason to select that kind of analysis?
In this study, I try to explore the relationship between knowledge transfer in and innovation acceptance and the enterprise performance with obtaining the mediating role of the sustainable entrepreneurial behavior. Then I select the structural equation modeling as the best suitable method for analyzing this study.
Right. So did you take your model fit? I mean that model fit indices?
Yes.
Yes, it is all accepted, right? Acceptable level?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Right. Thank you very much, Miss Ratna Chandra. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Nelka, do you have any questions?
Yes, Ms. Ratna Chandra. So I have a small clarification about your interesting presentation. So you're saying about the knowledge transferring. Okay. So what are the ways you can use for the knowledge transferring because of your much talk about here regarding that?
In this study, I selected the farmers who have participated for the extension and training programs conducted by the Provincial Department of Agriculture in Sabaragamuwa province. This is the base of the selection of knowledge transferring sources, extension and training programs.
Okay, that's right. That I want to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyway, I just got a simple question to you. So that's you did this non-proportional random sample. What is? Did you do actual random sampling there?
No, Ratnapura district consists with a variety of agricultural contexts like crop farming, livestock, beekeeping, mushroom cultivation. In this analysis, I considered the farm as a unit of analysis, then I need to try to find out the heterogeneous nature of these farming systems within this study. Then I selected non-proportionate random sampling method.
Yeah, my question is related to random sampling. Did you have a sampling frame there?
Yes.
List of farmers.
Sorry.
List of farmers. List.
Yes.
You got them, and then from that you randomly selected the farmers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right. One simple thing that so there are.
The
What do you
list
mean
of
by this?
farmers.
Okay, no problem. Right. What do you mean by this sustainable entrepreneurial behavior?
Sustainable entrepreneurial behavior means it's a proactive process to understand and develop in the strategies to identify the risk and exploit the opportunities with while upholding the sustainability principles in environmental sustainability.
But every company cannot go for sustainability, adopt sustainability principles or farmers. What do you think? Right,
Sorry,
okay, right. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, right. Thank you very much. And okay, so let's finish this presentation and we'll go to the next presenter. Okay, right. Yeah, so the next presentation is on consumer survey on natively developed single-use, eco-friendly, biodegradable, and edible spoons made from red seaweed. Red seaweed. Then the presentation will be done by Miss IRY Subasinghe. Over to you, Miss.
Welcome to my presentation. It's a privilege to share my research finding with you today. My topic is formulation of herbal dry shampoo powder using Palmyra Boracis plebellifer tender leaf. This is my content. Let's move to the introduction. Dandruff is a scalp condition that causes flakes of skin to appear. A synthetic dandruff shampoos contain harmful chemicals that can cause allergic reactions and increase the risk of eczema also. The
Good day to you all. I am Rosemary Subasinghe from the Department of Coastal and Marine Resources Management at the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. I am here to present my findings of consumer survey on newly developed single-use, eco-friendly, biodegradable and edible spoons made from red seaweed Gracilaria edulis. The growing demand for single-use plastic products has led to significant plastic waste being dumped into the environment, causing plastic pollution. This waste, which contains carcinogenic components, enters the food chain as microplastics and harms aquatic life and human health. So nowadays, scientists have discovered the potential of producing bioplastics from seaweed hydrocolloids such as agar and carrageenan, which enables the production of edible and biodegradable cutlery. The red seaweed Gracilaria edulis has found capable to be used as a successful plastic alternative as it has favorable biodegradation and composting properties. Moreover, this seaweed spoon is rich in nutritional content including dietary fiber, amino acids, carbohydrates, macronutrients, micronutrients, fatty acids, and vitamins. Thus, I produced a yogurt spoon from Gracilaria edulis as an alternative to existing plastic single-use yogurt spoons, and the preference of the customers towards the spoon is surveyed. So, the objective of my study is to assess the consumer awareness and perception of eco-friendly cutlery, evaluate acceptance of Gracilaria edulis-based edible spoons in terms of sensory properties and usability, gather feedback for product improvement, as well as to determine the consumer's willingness to purchase and use the spoons in daily and special use scenarios. Now I will briefly explain the preparation process of the seaweed spoon. First, dried Gracilaria edulis seaweeds are well washed and then boiled in water until an agar solution and seaweed residue are resulted. Figure 1 shows the dried Gracilaria edulis seaweeds while Figure 2 shows the boiling process. Next, the agar solution and seaweed residue are grinded. Then the solution is filtered and poured into metal trays as thin layers. Figure 3 shows how it appears after the seaweed mixture being poured onto trays. The trays are left to dry in the room temperature for few hours and then left to dry in the sunlight for few days. Then dry bioplastic sheets are resulted. The figure 4 shows the resultant bioplastic sheet. Next, few such bioplastic sheets are pasted one on another with the same seaweed agar solution produced in step 1. The combined sheets are pressed and ironed to ensure the firm attachment of sheets. Then the sheet is left to dry in the room temperature for about 6 to 8 hours, and finally the yogurt spoons are cut out of the sheet using a paper cutter or a scissor. Figure 5 shows the final product, the seaweed yogurt spoon. Next, let us move to the main section, the consumer survey. The consumer feedback survey was conducted with the aim of seeking for consumer preferences on the sensory properties such as appearance, odor and taste of the spoon, convenience in use of the spoon and ability to consume the spoon. 14 volunteers were selected by convenience sampling and the participants physically attended the survey. In this survey, all the consumers were satisfied about the taste, appearance and odor as well as the convenience in using the spoon. Only 28% of the consumers were satisfied about the consumability of the spoon, where the other 72% consumers complained the spoon is too hard to consume. Next, we did a statistical analysis using chi-square goodness of fit test. The chi-square test was applied for each question separately. Our null hypothesis is that the observed frequencies of yes, no and neutral responses are not significantly different from a uniform distribution. In other words, it says the consumers have no significant preference. Our alternative hypothesis is that the observed frequencies of yes, no and neutral responses are significantly different from a uniform distribution, which means that there is a significant preference or dislike among consumers. The test resulted in all the 5 questions rejecting the null hypothesis, which accepts the alternative hypothesis that there is a significant preference or dislike among the consumers for each attribute. So next, if I summarize my findings, 100% of the consumer satisfaction resulted on the spoon's taste, odor, appearance and convenience, while 28% of consumer satisfaction on consumability. The chi-square test was applied and the result indicated a statistically significant preference or dislike for all the attributes that was tested. As additional feedback, the consumer suggested to decrease the spoon's hardness by reducing the spoon's thickness and enhance the spoon's flavor by adding fruity flavors so that it would increase its appeal to consume and considering the development of the spoon as a functional food. So as conclusion, I would like to add that this research indicated the potential of seaweed bioplastics for edible cutlery. The gathered feedback assisted in identifying the weaknesses of the product as well as it provided insights on how I should develop this product. The survey was performed among a little group of 14 participants. Therefore, further testing with larger groups and stronger statistics will help for more validation and refine the findings. Finally, I conclude that the findings demonstrate the bioplastics derived from Gracilaria edulis hold significant promise as a sustainable solution for single-use plastic cutlery, with the potential to reduce environmental harm while promoting consumer well-being. This marks the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attentive listening. Good day to you all. Good day to you all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Basinga. And now we will move on to the question sessions. Over to you, Mr. Sirivardhan and Ms. Supi.
Right, okay, thank you very much, Ms. Subasingha. So, how many participants you were taken for your study? Actually, Ms. Subasingha, you are not edible. You are not audible. Can you increase your volume, please? No, Miss, that we cannot hear you actually.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you, but it is better you can increase your volume somewhat, please.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. So my question is, how many number of participants you have taken for your study?
I took 14 participants.
14,
Yes.
14.
14, yes.
Right. So do you believe that number is enough to kind of conclusion?
No, actually, the number is not enough. Actually, I have to limit the number to 14 because I could make only a very few amount of spoons with the seaweeds that was available. That's why I had to limit the number to 14. That's why I mentioned in the conclusion that if the numbers increased, I could validate the findings more.
Yes, true. That's true. For the normal, at least we need 30 for the normal distribution. So it is better if you can increase the number of participants, right? And so one suggestion is that, so you have determined the likeness or the preference of the consumers on the chi-square test. It means that whether they are like or not. Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
Right. It is better if you can use the kind of Likert scale type of data that would be very beneficial for your study, right? So that is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Yes. Okay, Ms. Subasingha. Thank you very much for very nice presentation. So I have a few clarification regarding your processing part of that edible spoons with the red seaweed. So have you any special reason to select this species for this purpose?
Actually, when I refer to the literature, it says that Gracilaria species are high in agar content. So that's why I used the Gracilaria species for this.
The other thing is, did you check the shelf life of this product?
Excuse me, madam.
The shelf life of this product. So how long you can take this?
No, madam, actually it's not being checked.
Because of this food-based product, no? That's a edible spoon, so then it's better to check it, no? So that's my comment.
Okay,
Okay,
madam.
right. Okay.
Okay,
So,
madam.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, Mr. Singh, I also have got a little bit, one question that is, you're talking about there is a significant gap in satisfaction related to consumption. What do you mean by that? In your abstract, I saw you mentioned that there's a significant gap in satisfaction related to consumption.
Actually, from consumption, what I meant is whether the person can bite and eat it up. That's what I meant by consumption.
Yeah, what is this gap then? What is referred to this gap?
In the 14 participants participated, all the 14 participants they were really satisfied about the taste, odor, and everything. But in the in the consumability, a lot of participants, about 10 of the 14 participants said they cannot consume the spoon because of its hardness. That's why I mentioned.
But all the other attributes that you tested were significant. They're good in the case of
Yeah,
consumers. Huh?
there was a significant dislike. That's what I meant. I wanted to be from that.
Yeah, and the other thing is that I just saw your statistics there. The p-value is same for 4 items, Q1 to Q4. The p-value is same, 0.00 something and 832.
Yes.
How is that possible? How is that possible?
That's because that all the 14 participants participated. They all said yes for the satisfaction on the
So
colors.
how could you run a test then? If that is the case, if there is no variation.
There I found issues.
Yeah, that's it, right? And the other thing is that this is a kind of a new product, right? It's a new product. Yeah, if it is a new product, why do you want to? Yeah, why do you want to, show your product to large audience like this if it is a new one?
Can you please explain the question again, sir?
Yeah, now this is a new product, right? Am I
Excuse
correct?
me?
This is a new product.
Yes.
Okay. So then, if this is a new product, without protecting your product, why do you want to show your product and the method of, preparing your product, right? Why do you want to show all these things to a large audience?
You mean that why
You see,
presenting?
the thing is that if it is going to be a very good product, somebody from this audience or some other person can take it up and produce the same because your product has not been protected yet.
Actually, I published a paper from this regarding the production of the yogurt spoon. This yogurt spoon and this
Yeah,
is
that is what I'm asking. If it is a new product, you cannot commercialize your product as it is because somebody can produce it by using your knowledge, right? Then you are not going to be the owner of that product. So that is what you have to understand, right? If it is a new product, if you want to commercialize, right? So then you have to keep it a secret. The method of, how do you produce it or the recipe, right? You have to protect them. Otherwise, anybody can take it and produce it. You can't claim that it is yours because you have published it. Okay? Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, then let's move on to the next presentation. That's on formulation of herbal dry shampoo powder using Palmyra, 10 leaves, and that is done by Tilaksha, Miss S. Tilaksha. Audience.
Welcome to my presentation. It's a privilege to share my research finding with you today. My topic is formulation of herbal dry shampoo powder using Palmyra, Boracis plebellifer tender leaf. This is my content. Let's move to the introduction. Dandruff is a scalp condition that causes flakes of skin to appear. A synthetic dandruff shampoo contain harmful chemicals that can cause allergic reactions and increase the risk of eczema also. In Sri Lanka, northeast and coastal areas, Palmyra grows abundantly, and the Palmyra tender leaves have demonstrated antibacterial, antifungal, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory properties. So this study explored the use of Palmyra tender leaves to formulate a natural, safe herbal dry shampoo powder for the dandruff treatment. Justification of the research problems. Dandruff is widespread, especially among teenagers mostly. Synthetic dandruff shampoos also having chemicals that can cause allergic reaction and increase the eczema. So there is a need for a natural chemical-free alternative to treat dandruff safely. So developing a herbal dry shampoo powder using a Palmyra tender leaves provides a safe, eco-friendly, and convenient option without artificial preservatives. General objective is to formulate a herbal dry shampoo powder using Palmyra tender leaves. Other than the specific objectives are to identify the best formulation through the sensory and physiochemical analysis. Second one is to determine the anti-dandruff activity of the herbal dry shampoo powder through the antimicrobial test. Third one is to determine the shelf life of the herbal dry shampoo powder. Experiment site is Palmyra Research Institute in Kaidri Jaffna, and experimental design is CRD, and total number of treatment is 6 and total number of replication is 3. These materials I used in my research, such as Acacia consina, soap nuts, fenugreek, red hibiscus petals, Palmyra male inflorescence, and Palmyra tender leaves. These are the equipments I used in research. In here you can see the treatment and the ratios. Treatment 1 is the control without using Palmyra, inflorescence, and tender leaf. Other materials I used in same ratios. In treatment number 2, I used 20 gram of inflorescence and 10 without using tender leaves, and other all materials used in same ratios. In T2 to T2 into T6, I used the same amount of other materials. I changed only the inflorescence and tender leaf percentage. In T3, I used 20 gram of tender leaves without using inflorescence, and T4 5 gram of inflorescence with 15 gram of tender leaves. In T5 at the same amount 10 gram of inflorescence and tender leaves. In T6 I used 15 gram of inflorescence with 5 gram of tender leaves. Let's move to the materials and their uses. Normally we known as Rita, soap nut is used as a foaming agent, and hibiscus flowers is a hair regrowth. And Acacia consina is normally known as a hair cleanser and boosts hair growth and make hair soft and shiny. And fenugreek is reducing dryness, making our hair soft and smooth and manageable, and etc. In Palmyra leaves is having antifungal activity. Next, move to the steps. The first step is a sample collection. I collected the sample from Savahachari and Palay, then dried it 50 to 60 Celsius for 24 hours, and then weighed by individually by using electrical balance, and then size reducted by using grinder, then sieved by cotton to get a uniform size. And the final step is mixing. All the ingredients are mixed thoroughly from get a homogeneous fine powder. This is the applying method. Take a needed amount of powder and mix with water well, and then keep for 10 minutes for soaking. We can use normal water also, 40 to 60 Celsius water, hot water, and then apply for the face using brush or hand, and then allow to absorb for 15 minutes, then wash with the water. So the first procedure is dandruff isolation. Dandruff isolate from 5% randomly who have a dandruff, and identify the common dandruff is Aspergillus niger. Then the identified dandruff is took, and then it's incubate 2 to 3 days for 25 Celsius, and then I conducted sensory analysis for these parameters like color, texture, fragrance, washing ability, foaming ability, nature after washing, and overall acceptability. And these testings are conducted at the Palmyra Research Institute. The data was analyzed by Winnitap software version 19. Let's move to the results and analysis part. First one is the antimicrobial test. In here you can see the incubation zone diameter. The higher value is observed in treatment number 3 and 2. There is no significant difference in between both treatment because the same mean group, but it's followed by treatment number 1 is contained it's a control. Among all the treatment it's have a significant difference. According to the sensory evaluation test, there is a significant difference between the all treatment because the p value is less than the significant value. According to the pH test result, the highest value is observed in treatment number 3, which is contain palmyra leaf powder, and it's followed by treatment number 2, it's contained in fluorescence, and lowest value is observed in treatment number 1, it's a control one. And I chose 3 consenting volunteers to give my product, and I get feedback. These are the in here I listed all the treatment and the result. In here we can see T3 is the best formulation all over the testing. Antimicrobial test, in antimicrobial T2 is the best, but is having a greater Western mode count other than the treatment number 3 and 1. So we cannot take it as a good product because the shelf life will be reduced. And since according to the sensory evaluation, overall acceptability is good in treatment number 3. In the conclusion, efficiency of the treatment for anti-dandruff herbal shampoo powder is treatment number 2, which is contained tender leaf powder, is the best formulation through the sensory and physiochemical analysis. According to the antimicrobial test, T2 is the best formulation, but scientifically it contain Eastern more greater than T3. So T2 and T3 is the same mean group, so I selected T3 as the best formulation according to the statistical analysis. Shelf life of the anti-dandruff palmyra tender leaf powder is 6 months. And this is a budget for 100 gram of herbal rice shampoo powder is 740 rupees. These are the reference. Thank you.
Mr. Sirivadala, over to you.
Yes. Yes, okay.
Okay, Mr. Sirivadala, can you hear me, please? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can. We can hear you, sir. Hello, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Right, let's start the question.
Yes, okay, Tilaksha. Yes, Ms. Tilaksha, I have a few clarification regarding your study. So the first one, what are the exams? So you select the palmyra for that one. So then, so in this antifungal property, you are focusing regarding the antifungal properties which are available in the palmyra. So what are the example natural ingredients that can we use to prepare the antifungal shampoo other than the palmyra?
Then the fenugreek and amla, likewise we can use. But in here I used only the palmyra leaf, tender leaf, and the fenugreek.
Just to use the palmyra tender leaves, no? And also the male inflorescence you use as a one treatment, no? So there's other clarification is have you any special reason to select the ingredient which you use other than the palmyra male inflorescence or the tender leaves likewise? So there are any few ingredient you use for prepare in that antifungal shampoo. So, yes. So, any special reason?
For using other materials like silica is normally known as the cleansing ability. So without the cleanser, we cannot remove the dirt from the hair. And I used the hibiscus petals. It's a regrowth and it can enhance the product. So I used to enhance my product, those material I add to that. But the mainly the fungal activities having inflorescence and the male gentle leaf.
So this is my final question. So the thing that now you prepare or you produce this antifungal shampoo, okay?
Yes.
So then if you wish to commercialize or introduce this to the consumers, so then what are the considerable factors before you introduce it to that product to the market?
Normally, we should know if there is any reaction, allergic reaction or not, and other cleansing abilities there or not. We can check it. I checked that one also. In the sensory evaluation test, I checked those parameters, allergic reactions or any other texture, color changing, all the parameters I checked.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tilaksha. Although this is not directly related to the what you call the economics or agribusiness or entrepreneurship, so that this is very good as a rural transformation. So one thing I need to clarify that now you already produced this product, and any what do you call the modification for this product? I mean that way, do you need to do kind of market analysis? So if so, what you should think on that?
Actually, Palmyra Research Institute asked me to market this product. So I will be give the product to the Palmyra Research Institute to market.
All right, that would be great. And my suggestion is go for the 7 piece. I mean that would be beneficial than the 4 piece, right? So thank you very much, Tiraksha.
So, why did you want to come up with this kind of product?
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
Why did you want to come up with this kind of a product?
Because in northern province, normally the Palmyra is abundantly grows, freely available, and the Palmyra gentle leaves.
That's the availability of the raw material that they are abundant, right?
Yeah.
Raw material is abundant. But
Abundant.
that is not my question, right? There are very many these kind of products available in the market.
Yeah.
If there are many products, why do you want to come up with the same type of product?
Because before no any products is available in the Palmyra inflorescence or tender leaves using herbal dry shampoo powder. The cost is also very high and it's a herbal. A lot of herbal powders are available in the markets, but that also contains some chemical shampoos also contain chemicals that having some allergic reactions also. So I use the wastage from the Palmyra, then the wastage part I used to useful formulation.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. My idea is that there are a lot of new products coming from universities, right? Or any other places, but those products are not available in the market. Okay, so the thing is that, to my mind, I feel that most of you guys do not do the market analysis. Without doing the market analysis, you just think that you come up with a product and you want to produce it, right? But I don't think that there are customers that they will buy it. Well, the thing is that if you come up with a product, why do I want to buy it? What is the value that I get from your product? You have to create that value among us, right? So that is what you have to remember. You have to create that value among us, then you will buy it. Otherwise, just the product. If there are good products available in the market, I will go for some other products. So I don't want this product. And you have to create the value. If you create the value, then product will be successful. But whatever the case is, you have to analyze the market demand, market share, whether you will be successful, you have to do those things. Right? Otherwise, you fail. You will fail in the product commercialization. Okay? So think about it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next one. The topic is heuristic and adaptation. What shapes farmers' climate risk responses? And the presentation is done by Poonam Bandhu Bande.
Hello everyone, I'm Poonam Bhange and today I'll be presenting my research entitled Cognitive Heuristics and Adaptive Behavior, Smallholder Farmers' Responses to Floods and Drought Risk in India. We often talk about improving irrigation or access to credit when helping farmers adapt to climate risk. But what if the bigger question is, how do farmers actually make these decisions? And that's what drove this study. Because for smallholders in India, coping with floods in Kerala or droughts in Maharashtra, it's not always farmer planning, but their instincts, past experiences, and peer influence that guide adaptation. This study zooms in on those cognitive shortcuts known as heuristics, and that shape how farmers perceive risk and respond to climate variability. This study has two core objectives. First, to document and analyze the heuristic patterns farmers rely on, and the second, to evolve a heuristic-based framework for categorizing adaptation strategies. I purposely selected two regions vulnerable to distinct climate events, and those are the Alappuzha in Kerala for floods and Gondia in Maharashtra for droughts. Using an ex post facto research design, the random selection and survey of 150 farmers, that is 75 farmers from each district through semi-structured interview. Moving towards the findings, in Alappuzha, where floods are frequent and immediate, a significant proportion of farmers, that is 56%, showed high reliance on imitation heuristics and 48% on shock experience heuristics. High imitators imitate others in areas like engaging with fellow farmers, adopting community practices. Many has adopted bunding, improving drainage infrastructure. Medium imitators are more cautious. They will adopt techniques only after seeing success over time. Next is the shock experience heuristics. Farmers with high responsiveness to shocks demonstrated a forward-thinking approach. Farmers face high infrastructure losses in 2018 to 2019 floods. So in later years, they gave more emphasis on building infrastructure for avoiding lodging of rice. They shifted from Manuratna variety to Uma rice variety, as this is lodging resistant varieties and resistant to ground plant hopper. Threshold of concern is a decision-making approach where action is only taken once a certain level of risk is reached. When farmers perceived that risk exceeded the threshold level, they became more proactive in managing risk, and they prioritized diversification, suggesting a keen awareness of growing flood threats and openness to implementation long-term resilience strategies. Contrastingly, in Gondia, while 48% of farmers showed reliance on both imitation and shock experience heuristics, a significant 46.66% demonstrated a low threshold of concern heuristics. High imitators have shifted towards micro-irrigation systems, including drip irrigation. They adopted practices like rainwater harvesting, soil conservation through contour bunding. And medium imitators are hesitant to fully commit to practices like adjusting planting dates based on weather forecast or switching to the drought-tolerant crops. In Gondia, where droughts are slower and less visible, farmers responded only after repeated damage, often through short-term coping like delaying sowing or borrowing water. In contrast, more risk-averse group of farmers exhibit a lower threshold of concern. This is reflected in negative Z-score. These farmers demonstrated a reluctance to adopt modern climate-resilient technologies despite increasing frequency of droughts. Then these behaviors map into two-dimensional matrix using the Ekin and co-workers framework. This framework combines generic capacity like access to institutions, credit or social networks with specific capacity like actual adaptation practices, short duration crops, soil conservation and so on. The result allowed to categorize strategies among four quadrants of the framework, and those are sustainable adaptation, safety first, safe development paradox and poverty trap. So the key takeaways from my research are behavioral shortcuts like imitations or short memory influence risk decisions more than we think. Regional climate context, flood versus drought, shape how these heuristics play out, and adaptive capacity varies not just by infrastructure but by perception and behavior. Policies must reflect behavioral realities. In Gondia, strengthening institutional delivery and water governance is key, while in Alapura, investing in farmer networks, risk literacy, and innovations uptake can amplify existing adaptation. So the heuristic sensitive approach can make climate interventions more grounded and inclusive. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Ms. Poonam, and now it's time for the questions. So over to you, Mr. Bhusing and Subhiti.
Right, thank you, sir. So Miss Purnima Poonam, right? Actually, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So why you have used this kind of word? I mean that heuristics at first.
Actually, sir, we often think that farmers are taking decisions rationally. So, but it's not every time it's possible. They are taking decisions based on their mental shortcuts.
Yeah.
And in psychological terms, it's called as heuristics.
Right,
So based on their heuristics, they are taking decisions, not on the bounded rationality or some rational decisions.
Right, that's good. And thank you. And so you in here you have mentioned that you have used the mixed method approach, right?
Yes, sir. Qualitative and quantitative both.
Can you categorize what are the qualitative and what are the quantitative that you have used in this study?
Yes, sir. Qualitatively, like I asked them some open-ended questions because as they were not giving me proper answers, so I asked them whether like how they are taking decisions, and based on that, I measures I use some statements based on the Likert scale, and I quantify those statements. Then I after calculating the quantifications, I match those statements with the qualitative, whatever they have given.
Okay,
So
thank
like
you.
why
So
that
it means you have used the quantitative data, right?
yes, sir.
Right. Anyhow, what is your population? I mean that in terms of
So
size?
75 farmers in flood region and 75 farmers in drought region. So altogether 150 was the sample size.
That is sample size. I'm asking about the population size. Do you have any idea?
Population size, no, sir. Actually, it was purposive sampling. So I took what the farmers based on how they are affecting with the floods or droughts, and uh, based on their high impact of the floods and droughts on them.
Sampling method. What is the sampling method?
Purposive sampling and random sampling. I chose districts and blocks through purposive and farmers as random.
Yes, it would be better that if you know the population, because without if you don't have any idea about the population size, so it is very difficult to do the randomization, right? So please try to find it. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Right. Now, especially you have selected exactly 150 farmers. Why do you select exactly 150 farmers?
What, sir? So can you please repeat the question?
Exactly 150 farmers. Exactly 150. No 151, no 149. Why is that?
Sorry, sir. Like there is lots of voice, so I couldn't hear your question.
Yes, Sampath sir, that your voice is somewhat
Got
yes,
it, then?
not
Yes.
audible little bit, sir. It is kind of not clear, sir.
Give me a moment, please.
Okay, sir. Now it is okay, sir.
Okay, right.
Yes, yes, yes. That's
Okay,
good.
now Miss Poonam, is she there?
Maybe she left, sir. Wait.
Right, right.
No, wait,
Okay,
sir.
then,
We will see.
let's
Wait.
yeah, it's all right. Then let's move on to the next presentation. Okay.
Oh,
Right.
okay, sir. Sure, sure. Okay, sir.
Right. Then next presentation is on value chain analysis of paper market, smallholders paper intercropping with tea in the Nellore DS division, Gold District, Sri Lanka, and it will be done by Mr. HDAC Bandula.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My presentation is on value chain analysis of pepper market, smallholder, pepper farmers intercropping with tea in Nellore DS division in Galle district, Sri Lanka. Actually, I conducted this research with mainly by doing farmer household survey, focus group discussions with the farmers, as well as some key informant interviews of respective actors. Now you can see the value chain architecture of the pepper value chain in this area. So it is very clear that mainly these pepper farmers, they are getting input from the tea factories. More than 95% their inputs getting from the tea factories because they are tea factories and these tea farmers having a very good connection. So that the pepper production of this intercropping tea intercropping farmers, that mainly they bring their products to the Akuras and Kaburupitiya area, that city level spice collectors. In addition to that, some village level spice collectors and rural town level spice collection center people, they are also coming to their places and collect those things and bring those things to that main city level collectors and traders. So then altogether 98% of their pepper production go to this kind of traders and these traders transfer these products to that large scale spice collectors and transporters coming from Colombo. So these people actually what they are doing, that out of their that 98 of this total paper collection, around 12% they provide to wholesale shops in the local market and some proportions to the cooperative wholesale establishment and some main supermarket chains. But we can see here more than 88% is go to the spice exporters to India from Colombo and Kandy. So this spice exporters, what they are doing, that they use that spice, that they use that pepper, and they actually they supply those to like a large scale spice collectors in India. So then it seems to be like that these products go to the international market, and we observe that some amount of this again return back to the local market, sometimes to some extent. So this slide shows actually that how market margin and profit distribution along the value chain distribute among different actors. You can see the producers are getting the massive profit margin as well as that their contribution to the profit distribution also very high. So it because mainly that they are doing mainly tea farming, so the inputs and everything is coming for the tea farming, so they are not making any additional input cost for the pepper. And we can see the processors and wholesalers also getting reasonably high market margin, and their profit contribution along the value chain also reasonably high compared to other actors. So when looking at the farmer's view on the contribution of the value characteristics for the demand of the pepper, farmers think then when looking at the local market, they think market price is the main value characteristics for the high demand, followed by unavailability of the waste materials with pepper products as well as taste and pungency are the key value characteristics for the higher demand. In the international market, these farmers believe mainly aroma as well as taste and pungency and market price are the three main value characteristics having a high influence on the international demand. So by looking at that, how the critical control points of this production process contribute for these value characteristics. So it seems to be that the drying practices of the pepper nuts, it's contribute lots for those value characteristics. It's having highest contribution for the fungus-free products as well as dark black and shiny seeds. So those are some areas, and again nutritional and medicinal value. Those are the areas that where this one contribute high, and the total contribution of this critical control point on the value characteristics is around 57 point, above 50. And then harvesting and plucking is another control point for this value characteristics, so it contribute around 30%. When thinking about the challenges, actually this industry having main challenges because of the post-harvest handling, it is poor, and labor shortage and market volatility. And think about the recommendation. So integrated value chain development strategy is recommended, focusing on especially post-harvest areas. And again, we have to develop strong farmer market linkages. That is very much important for this sector. And again, quality assurance system before these products move to the local and export market is very important. And it is very much important that farmers improve their soil conservation practices of their tea lands where they cultivate this pepper. And again, increase the use of underutilized female labor. It is very much important to improve the labor efficiency of this production process. And finally, we recommend that it is very much important to do some kind of a comprehensive consumer survey to understand the consumer dynamics more deeper, rather than just looking at the farmer's perspective. We have to study on the consumer's perspective and see and revalidate some ideas where farmers brought to this research. And that is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mandula. So let's move on to the questions now. Over to you, Mr. Sirvardhana and Ms. Pipi.
Thank you, sir. And this is a very good study, actually, Dr. Mandula. So I have a very few clarification. So for the determination of the quality perspective, so you have used some good parameters, right? So and then in the storage parameter, it is very low, I mean that. So how did you determine these parameters? What is the procedure that you have used in your studies?
Yeah, actually that the thing is that actually that storage, basically what we observe was that the way they store after they plucking the products, so where they are storing, we can see that's just using simple gunny bags and all, and store in the open areas. And again, we saw that after they clean the products also, they use to store those things in like some open areas in their own tea lands, like a small sheds, and they store. And sometimes then when cleaning those products also, they use their own legs actually sometimes just to clean those products, that to remove the peels and all, they use their legs put into the gunny bags, and very low level they are using. Actually, those are the some areas we looked while visiting to those farmers' households.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Bandula. So thank you very much for the very good presentation, what you are presenting to us. So then I have a small clarification actually. So then always we said the intercropping with give advantages for the farming community who are especially in the smallholders. So then any constraint did you find through this intercropping pepper with the tea cultivations in your study?
Any constraints?
Yes, are there any disadvantage with grabbing or effect for the farming community through this one, other than they are going with the...
Yeah, actually, I didn't see any big disadvantages. That I saw mainly mainly advantages. The thing is that you know that this area, that tea, that the quality, the actually harvest of the tea and the quantity, as well as sometimes price changes and all the things that farmers have in some shops. So, but because of that pepper cultivation, they are getting some additional income, and we can see sometimes that farmers doing that. Farmers are moving to tea also because of that. They have chance to do this intercropping. Didn't see any big disadvantages, but mainly I saw the advantages. Again, that kind of a pepper, we saw that there's a tendency that most of the female labor, so they try to move to pepper industry rather than tea plucking and all. So then there's a chances to balance their family labor and bring more family labor involvement. And again, that thing is there. And again, this creates some more opportunity to connect the farmers to some city level traders, and they can bring a big value chain. But tea is very short, like they are just product and they put to the factory, that like that. So I think that farmers are getting more strength through this way, and I didn't see any big disadvantages.
Okay, I thank you.
Okay, Dr. Mandula, I just have kind of few clarifications. So, first one is you are talking about value chain analysis with respect to paper, but but then the title itself, it once again says it is related to intercropping, right?
Yeah.
So there's kind of a mismatch, as I see. But anyway, if I say like this, there are a lot of studies, that have been done focusing on pepper value chain, right? So if that is the case, what is new in your study?
Yeah, actually, that it's a good question, I think. Actually, this study, I would like to say that this is not conducted purely in the academic perspective. This is like a mixture of the professional and academic research. Though it's selected to your academic sessions, so it is like a mixture. The thing is, actually, I did this research mainly under Australian awards funding, and to do that, to get actually to expecting some funding from the World Vision. Why? Because the World Vision presence is there in Nelu for a long time, and
Wait, okay, that is very well understood. So no problem, bro. In that case, and then another question that is with regard to your recommendations, right? So when I just look at the recommendation, you have put a lot of recommendations, but the question is, okay, on what findings? So on what results that you make your recommendation on what, based on what results that you make your recommendations?
Yeah,
So
actually,
normally what we want is we do a research, then we get the results. Based on the results, then we make the conclusion, and then we go over the recommendation. So based on what conclusion and the recommendation results that you make your recommendations?
Yeah, that mainly as an example, one of my recommendation was develop some kind of an integrated value chain development. That because of that, what I understood was there's a lot of chances to make that the profit distribution and profit margins. So we can make some kind of a good balance further. Why? Because that still we can see there are some kind of domination at the top level, and again there are some, looking at the farmers practice, they are not doing proper practices still right now. They are not getting proper guidance. So
okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mandula. Yeah, that's very well understood. Yeah, and I'm happy to see you also in this kind of session. Okay, Dr. Mandula.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
So then, thank you very much for your interesting presentation, and we'll move on to the next round then. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Right. Then the next presentation is on determinants of foreign direct investment in Sri Lanka, and that is done by SP MP Pereira.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Madhushi Pereira, a graduate from Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna. My research topic is determinants of foreign direct investment in Sri Lanka. This is the content. Introduction. Investment is a significant factor to any economy for the socio-economic transformation. Foreign direct investment is essentially an investment made outside of one's native country. FDI is considered as a fundamental aspect that fuels every nation's economic progress. So the developing countries like Sri Lanka can achieve economic growth by closing this gap between the domestic savings and the investment. Problem statement. Sri Lanka has implemented various policies aimed at attracting the FDI inflows. Despite these efforts, the country has experienced fluctuating levels of FDI over the decades. Therefore, there is a need to study the determinants of FDI in Sri Lanka critically and implement the appropriate policies. Methodology. Here, secondary data was used. Annual data for foreign direct investment net inflow, percentage of GDP, exchange rate of Sri Lanka, rupees per special drawing rights, GDP growth annual percentage, foreign direct investment net balance of payments, inflation, consumer prices, and GDP constant were collected from the World Bank database and International Financial Statistics of International Monetary Fund. All these series of data are time series data. Augmented Dickey-Fuller test was conducted to each series to determine whether these data are stationary or non-stationary. Model for the FDI net inflow was estimated. Then, based on stationary or non-stationary process data, autoregressive distributed lag model was chosen to estimate the model for FDI net inflow. Lag length for ARDL model was selected using the archaic information criterion. Long run and short run model foreign direct investment net inflow was derived from this ARDL model. Normality test, heteroscedasticity test, serial correlation and stability test were done. So results and discussion. This shows the unit root test results table of the augmented Dickey-Fuller. So this ADF test shows that exchange rate of Sri Lanka rupees per SDR, FDI net balance of payment and GDP constant are non-stationary and I1 process. FDI net inflow, GDP growth, inflation, consumer prices are stationary and ARDL model was then estimated for the FDI net inflow. So here, appropriate lag order of variables needs to be selected for ARDL bounds test for examining the co-integration between variables. So this shows the values of different selection criteria for lag order. Based on the AIC, archaic information criterion, maximum 3 lag length for dependent and explanatory variables were selected for the ARDL model. So here, the ARDL model has effectively captured both short-term and long-term relationships between the FDI net inflow and its variables. To investigate the existence of a long-run equilibrium relationship among these variables, ARDL long-run form and bound test methodology was employed. Results show that in the long run, exchange rate of Sri Lanka and GDP growth positively influence FDI net inflow and significant at 5% level. Bound test shows that there is a long run relationship between the FDI net inflow and the explanatory variables. So here the error correction model regression was employed. Results of this ECM show that in the short run, exchange rate of Sri Lanka negatively influenced the FDI net inflow and significant at 5% level. It means that depreciation of Sri Lankan rupees negatively influenced the FDI net inflow. FDI net in the current period and last year positively influenced FDI net inflow. GDP in the current period negatively influenced the FDI net inflow. GDP in the lag 2 period positively influenced FDI net inflow. Open economic policy positively influenced the FDI net inflow. The coefficient of error correction term shows that around 67% effect of any shock from the explanatory variable will be adjusted in 1 year. So, ensuring the validity of model through diagnostic test is essential. So, here these diagnostic tests show that there is no serial correlation, no heteroscedasticity, and no specification problem. Then the Kusum test was conducted at 5% significant level to test the stability in short-term and long-term coefficients. So, the graph confirms the stability of the ARDL model. Conclusion. This concludes that open economic policy positively influenced FDI net inflow. FDI net in the current period and last year positively influenced the FDI net inflow. Depreciation of Sri Lankan rupees per SDR negatively influenced the FDI net inflow in the short run, but positively influenced FDI in the long run. GDP growth positively influenced FDI. GDP in the current period negatively influenced FDI net inflow. GDP in the lag 2 period positively influenced FDI net inflow. Around 67% effect of any shock from the explanatory variable will be adjusted in 1 year. These are some of the recommendations of this survey and the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the interesting presentation on FDI, determinants of FDI. So let's move on to the questions. So over to you, Mr. Sirivardhan and Mr.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Pereira, I hope you are joining with us, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. Actually, it's a the good study that we have the raw data. So what you have done is, so you have used that raw data to present kind of relationship. So that would be very beneficial. So tell me how long you have taken the data, I mean the secondary data.
From the year 1970 to 2022.
1970 to year 2020. Right. So so did you apply any kind of, now we know that in our country have faced kind of economic crisis, and then the COVID-19, it's a kind of significant thing that is not happening normally. So so how did you overcome that perspective in your study?
Sorry, sir, I did not understand.
No, I mean that so the 1970 to 2022, so that is a very long time period. So in the market and also the foreign direct investment also. So the COVID-19 and then the economic crisis is having a very significant effect. So in your analysis and in your study, how did you overcome those things?
Yes, so there were serious fluctuations in this data because during the wartime also
Yes.
there's a reduction in FDI, and then after also there is not much higher level in FDI in Sri Lanka, and specifically during the COVID period also there are so many fluctuations in that area. So these have been observed as the main reasons that Sri Lanka couldn't obtain that much of FDI level.
So your conclusion is when the FDI is decreasing, what do you call, the prices are increasing. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Right. So in the future, you suggest that if the FDI is going to be increased, then prices will be reduced, right?
Yeah. There will be an economic growth.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Miss. Thank you very much. Right.
Right. So now, Miss, I wonder why you have done this kind of study, because now when I just look at your title, I just Google your title, right? So when I Google your title, I found one research paper. It's a journal article. I don't know whether you found this one, right? Determinants of foreign direct investment in Sri Lanka. Your title also, Determinants of foreign direct investment in Sri Lanka.
Yes, that.
Yes. Now, what is the difference between your one and the other one? But
there is a
both are the
difference.
same titles. Can we have same titles like that? Because it may lead to plagiarism issues also once you are going to publish.
There's a difference between the time periods, sir.
Yeah, that is that one is from 1975 to 2012. Yeah, your one is 2010,
And
10
also,
years ahead. Yes.
yeah, the variables are different somewhat here. The variables used in this one.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I know that there are very many studies have been that have been done for this kind of thing. So, what is your uniqueness here?
Mainly, sir, I considered about the time period because there's not much, there's no research articles up to 2022. And also, I referred those all articles, and from that one, I came to these conclusions.
Yeah. Now the next question is when we have a floating exchange rate regime, why do you suggest there must be exchange rate stability? We have now in Sri Lanka, we have floating exchange rate system now. That means every day exchange rate changes. But your suggestion is to have an exchange rate stability. Why is that?
In the short runs, if there are any fluctuations, there is no stability in the economy, so that would affect the
Economic
returns on
stability and
investment.
exchange rate stability is two things, right? Yeah, it may affect the economic stability. It's all right, but two things. On the other hand, you are suggesting to have you suggest that we need to enhance the trade openness, but we are an open economic country.
Yeah.
Why do you want to? What is this enhancement?
Enhancement in some policies of Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay. So then let's move on to the next presentation, that is on exploring the potential of social media platforms for agricultural extension, evidence from Gold District, Sri Lanka. And the presentation is done by Ms. D.A. Paliyavadana. Over to you, Miss.
Hello everyone, I am D.A. Paliyavadana from Department of Agriculture Southern Province with collaborating Professor Nilantha De Silva and Dr. Nadishani Silva from University of Roona. Our topic was exploring the potential of social media platforms for agriculture extension, evidence from Gold District, Sri Lanka. Let's move to the our introduction part. Agriculture extension service in Sri Lanka is play a very important role for disseminating agriculture knowledge innovation from research station to farmers. It is key to improve farm productivity of the country. But Sri Lankan agriculture extension services face challenges. One of the main challenges is limited number of agriculture instructors to serve large number of farming communities. It delay information flow from research station to farmers. Other one is traditionally advisory approach. These approaches are physical method such as farm visit, demonstrations, field days, and printed materials. These physical methods are inadequate to serve large number of farmers. At present, social communication technologies, WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube, becoming more popular tool for disseminating agriculture knowledge information to farmers. It improves accessibility, enable real-time interaction, opportunities of getting farmers' feedback, interaction and networking, and support visual and contextual learning. Let's see our objective: to explore the potential of digital communication platforms, especially WhatsApp, YouTube, and Facebook, as complementary tool for extension services. Let's move to the methodology part. Our study area was Gold District, Sri Lanka. Gold District is stratified into three predefined Assistant Director of Agriculture zones, which are Eastern, Western, and Central zones. Stratified random sample procedure was done with two stages. First stage, randomly select 5 areas per zone, altogether 15 clusters. All agriculture instructors in these 15 clusters were selected as the sample. It was 31. Based on the technology acceptance model and theory of planned behavior, we select 7 latent constructs. These are usefulness, relative advantage, compatibility, complexity, job relevance, and observability. Google Form questionnaire was designed to evaluate these 7 latent constructs. 5-point Likert scale was used. These 3 platforms, WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube, were evaluated across 7 constructs using descriptive statistic and Feynman test. Let's move the result part. Based on this result, you can see the result of these 7 constructs. Easiness and relative advantage. YouTube highest in easiness and relative advantage, while WhatsApp score usefulness and compatibility. When regarding complexity, all these three platforms receive low scores. It suggests these three platforms are user-friendly. Facebook highest in job relevance and observability. WhatsApp and YouTube score the same and for Facebook slightly behind. These two tests were done to compare these pairwise comparison. No significant platform ranking differences, no pairwise platform differences. Based on these results, we conclude distinct strength of each platform and offer practical insights for policymakers and extension professionals seeking to enhance agriculture knowledge dissemination through digital tools. These are the references. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Palivardhana. So now over to you, Mr. Sirivardhan and Ms. Supiti for the questions.
Right. Thank you again, sir. And it's a very good study that I need to clarify a few things. So in here, you have using the stratified random sampling technique. And what is the criteria that you have selected to stratify the population?
In the Goal District, there are 33 agrarian divisions. In other way, there are 3 assistant director zones. In each agrarian assistant director zones, there are 11 agrarian service areas. Each agrarian, from the 11 agrarian service areas, selected 5 agrarian service area. Altogether, 15 agrarian service area. These agriculture instructors in these 5 areas were selected as the sample.
So within the strata, it need to be homogeneous. Between the strata, it is heterogeneous, right? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Palihawardhan. Thank you very much.
Okay, Miss Palihawardhan. So then I have one single clarification. So, when we are think about the farming community, so there is a different age group we observe, So once we go give some information or the say acceptability of the social media is differ with the different age group. So then have you identified any correlation or the relationship or interaction with this age group and social media acceptability?
This research we was done. Our sample is agriculture instructors. Then other research I also conducting is still not yet completed with the farmers in this 15 agrarian service area, paddy farmers. In that survey, I recognized so many farmers use smartphones. Not related. We cannot see the age differences. So, sometimes over 60, they use smartphones.
So that means either with the government officers or the farming community who are the agriculture entrepreneurs, there is no any significant negative interaction with that social media acceptability and the age, no? Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this I just got a simple question, that is, why do you want to explore the potential? Because potential is already known. Potential of all these things is already very well understood and very well known. Even the farmers, they know this platform now. To my knowledge, because they use these smartphones, right? Now the question is then when we know these things very well, why do you want to once again explore this?
Yes, in this survey, I formulated the farmer groups and I sent the videos. Department of Agriculture has so many videos. I sent to the farmers also. Then I do both two surveys. One is for farmers, one is for officers.
Okay, right. That's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. I very well understood what you want to say. Okay, then I think that we'll move on to the next presentation then. So today's last presentation. So that is on promoting millet consumption through community-based awareness in northern Sri Lanka, a case study of the Nallur DS division.
I am Mrs. Menaka Sivakaran, attached to the Unit of Home Economics, Faculty of Arts, University of Jaffna. The title of my study is Promoting Millet Consumption Through Community-Based Awareness in Northern Sri Lanka, a case study of the Nallur Divisional Secretariat Division. That's it. Introduction. Millets have long held an important place in Sri Lanka's traditional agriculture and dietary practices, particularly in rural communities. They were a vital component in traditional farming and diets. However, the cultivation and consumption of millets have significantly declined due to limited public awareness, shifts in eating habits, as well as poor accessibility to millet-based products. This particular study explores the effectiveness of community-led awareness and training programs designed to revive millet-based agriculture and encourage their reintegration into daily meals. Methodology. There are 15 divisional secretariat divisions in the Jaffna districts. Among them, the Nallur divisional secretariat was selected. Within the division, 4 Gramanadhara divisions, J99, J109, J110 and J114 were selected for the study. From the divisions, 100 household, 25 household from each division were selected through systematic sampling method. Also, 40 school children within the division were selected for a millet cookery session along with one of their parents. The participants were interviewed using a socio-demographic questionnaire. Also, from the interview, the socio-demographic information and the millet knowledge of the participants, the consumption frequency of millets, and barriers to consumption of millets were identified. To promote the millet usage among the participants, the awareness exhibitions were held and millet seed displays were displayed, as well as the nutritional education method was practiced using providing recipe booklet based on millet-based diets. Results and discussion. There were 5 millets displayed as a samples for the participants: finger millet, little millet, foxtail millet, pearl millet, and kodo millet. When the participants were given to 5 millets, among them over 90% of the participants were able to identify finger millets across all of the divisions. However, for the other millets, the identification of the other millet types remained below 30%. Also, from the study, use of finger millets in home cooking also reported by 61% of the participants. They also typically use the finger millet only twice monthly or less. Consumption of other millets in their diet will remain below 12%. This is due to market scarcity of the particular millets and higher cost compared with the wheat and rice, and insufficient local milling facilities, because these millets can't be milled in the local mill. They have several layers of the outer layer, so they can't be milled in the local mills. When talking with the farmers, they replied that poor market access and low demand. That's a reason for poor farming of these type of millets. For in the exhibitions, the out of these 5 millets, many traditional diets as well as baking foods were prepared using this, like biscuits, cakes, milk rice, pittu, cake, dosa, idli. Those types of foods were prepared and displayed to the participants, as well as there was a recipe booklet was uh, written by the traditional and baking foods using the millets. Also, there was a cookery session was held with 40 students along with their parents. With the parents' help, the students prepare rainbow pittu. That is the colorful pittu made out millet flowers. For the red color, they prepared beetroot. The orange color, they used carrot. For the brown color, they use kurak and flour. Like for the green color, they use leaves. Likewise, they prepared rainbow pittu, and the finger millet incorporated pumpkin roti and millet porridge. They prepared these types of food incorporated with millets. Also, after a follow-up survey revealed that household millet consumption increased from 12% to 42% after the intervention. After the nutritional intervention, the usage of millet among the particular area was increased. Also, engagement of school children, family members facilitate knowledge transfer, cultural prevention. To support the farmers, authorities should establish dedicated market infrastructure. The study highlights the potential of participatory program to restore traditional food practices, support sustainable agriculture, and improve community nutrition. These are my references, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss. And then we'll directly go to the questions.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. And I think Miss Sivakaran is there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned you have used. What is your main objective of this study, please?
Actually, I am doing a research in nutritional status of adolescents in Jaffna district. While I am doing the research, I found that the millet consumption is low throughout the district. So again, that I started with an objective of identifying the millet usage of such families for their nutritional use.
Right. Okay. It means that you need to get a kind of general awareness about the millet, right? Millet consumption. Right. But in your sample, I think you have used the household, 100 households, and then the 40 school children.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So why you specify that school children?
School children, because when I went to the household, the discussing with the parents, they said they don't like to consume such traditional foods. So I selected school children, and I incorporated their participation in the food preparation. So
So thank you. And it means that the conclusion and all the result are the combination of these household plus school children. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
So that is good. But if you generalize, I mean that if you need to implement as a kind of policy or something, so my suggestion is it would be better if you target particular group, right?
I will include it.
Yes, thank you very much, Miss. Thank you very much.
Yes, Miss. So I have a small clarification, actually, not like a question. So why you are limited with the millet? So then in the North province, there is some problem with the malnutrition in the school kids. So then there are some project also ongoing to overcome that and increase the iron intake for the small kids. So that is a program is launched and conducting throughout the North province. So then why you are limited with the millet?
Yes, madam. I am also doing a survey in the total food, all the food groups, the food consumption patterns of adolescents, especially adolescents. This study, I wrote the abstract on the millet service.
School kids means what type of pages you mainly?
I am distributing the frequency questionnaire as well as I am distributing the food diary, 7-day food diary. So collecting the information from what they are eating, and then I am calculating their nutritional status. Also, I am in another study, I am collecting blood samples from them and analyze the blood parameters as well as the anthropometric parameters as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. It seems, Miss, you are conducting your study on still you are conducting your study, right?
Still going on, sir.
Yeah, and then your population is children.
My total population is 875 throughout the Jaffna district.
Who are they? Children or the adult? Who are they?
Adolescents.
All adolescents.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but here you did
This study I extracted from the household.
Household. What do you mean by household?
The families. To identify the millet knowledge, I included the family members as well.
Family members.
Adolescent family members of adolescents.
Okay, right. Why didn't you put any conclusion from your study? You have taken the results, but no conclusion in your study. Why is that?
I combined with the one slide because as I restricted for 5 minutes, so I can combine with that results and discussion slides. So.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. And then I think that comes to the end of the presentation. So I think as a panel we enjoy a lot in this case, and what I noticed in almost all the presentation is that in some studies, the authors should be able to explain the originality of the study, right? Originality in the sense the newness of the study, and that's why we do research. But in some of the studies, I didn't see that they highlight the originality by taking the, let's say, statistics, by supporting from the statistics and then literature, and they have not highlighted the research gap. So maybe this is a conference, but even in a conference, the authors, it's better authors shows the originality of the study. And then the other thing is that I saw in one abstract that they have put the citation in an abstract, but it's not, normally we don't put citations in abstract, right? That Indian paper I saw, I just wanted to ask that question, but she left. But citation cannot be put normally we don't put them, right? So then, and then the product development. Okay, in the product development case, yes, it's good. We need to have a lot of new products, and we have seen a lot of products are coming in. But I wonder why they put all the things related to methodology, even the methodology, how they prepare the product, right? And what are the proportions or so if they put in that manner, so what will happen is that anybody can take it and produce the same product. So then they have, the authors will have to think about it. Otherwise, it is just a product, but it cannot be commercialized, right? So those are some of the things that I noted in presentation. Anyway, that comes to the end of the presentation, and I take this opportunity to thank actually my panel members, Mr. Subha Singh and Ms. Suprithi. I name you as Ms. Suprithi as Miss Nelka. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I understood later that you are Ms. Suprithi. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, you guys, and you did a great job in this case. And I must be thankful to the organizing committee also for selecting me as the chair for this session. And we'll see you in this kind of a session in the future as well, and fruitful session. And I hope the things will be improved very well in the future sessions. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Sampath sir. Thank you very much.
Now we have come to the end of the technical session on agribusiness, policy and rural transformation. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt thankfulness to our session chair, Dr. Sampath Dharmadasa. Sir, your presence added immense value to the session. I also want to express my gratitude to our panel members, Mr. B.P. Sirivardhana and Mrs. S.L. Navaratna, for sharing your valuable thoughts and time with us. Lastly, I would like to thank all the presenters for sharing your findings and contributing to a fruitful discussion. Then we will be starting our next session on innovations in sustainable livestock, aquaculture, and animal health. Please stay with us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session under the theme of Innovations in Sustainable Livestock, Aquaculture and Animal Health as a part of the International Symposium on Agri-Technology and Rural Sciences 2025. And today we have the privilege of being led by an esteemed expert in the field whose insights and expertise will enrich this session. And I am honored to introduce our session chair, Dr. K.S.S. Athapattu, the senior lecturer at the Department of Limnology and Water Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences Technology, University of Sri Lanka. He holds a PhD in University, Japan. And Dr. Athapattu is renowned academic in the fields of limnology and aquatic ecology with a strong research focus on phytoremediation, aquatic microflights, and the environmental assessment of inland. He has authored numerous peer-reviewed publications contributing significantly to the understanding of aquatic ecosystem dynamics and pollution control. His outstanding academic performances has been recognized through the prestigious awards, and Dr. Athapattu also serves in several key national roles, including as a governing board member of the National Aquatic Resources and Research and Development Agency, DINARA. We also privileged to have Mr. H. Rohanadira and Ms. S.A.P. Nelka from the Department of Agri-Technology, UCIRS, as our panel members for the session. We look forward to an engaging and enlightening session with our distinguished panel. And dear Sir, Dr. Athapattu, I warmly welcome you to chair the session and proceed. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Hari. I think I am audible to you. And welcome you all, the panel members, Ms. Nelka and Senadira, and all the presenters. You all are welcome to the technical session. Innovations in Sustainable Livestock, Aquaculture and Health. So you all are welcome again to the session. And we have 7 presentations here. All the presenters, I hope, are here with us. So without taking much time, let's move to the presentation. This is about aquaculture, replacement of Artemia by Moina as a cost-effective alternative in larval rearing of koi carp. Authors are A.K.S. Nisansara, E.G.Y.K.C. Bandara, W.K. Sonra Hannadi, and S.S. Hera. Presentation will be done by A.K.S. Nisansara. Yes, Nisansara, over to you for the presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is A.K.S. Nisansala and my research title is Replacement of Artemia by Moina as a cost-effective alternative in larval rearing of koi carp. The success of larval rearing mainly depends on the larval nutrition. Live feed and supplemental feed are both being used in this context, but there are several constraints of using artificial feed such as low digestibility, water quality problems and low survival rates. The experimental fish is Hyprinus carpiotuberfus, which is commonly known as koi carp, and I used 3 days post-hatch larvae for this experiment. Considering the live feed, Artemia is most widely used for high nutritional value and convenience, and Moina is economical to produce and is a valuable source of protein. My objectives are to evaluate the effect of Artemia replacement by Moina on the survival rate and growth performance of koi carp, and to evaluate the effectiveness of Moina as a cost-effective alternative, and to determine the optimal weaning time for Moina. For the Artemia preparation, I used these separators and they were hatched from Artemia cysts. 1 gram of Artemia cysts were added into 1 liter of seawater. 2000 lux light and continuous aeration was provided throughout the hatching period. For the Moina preparation, I established the culture in a cement pool of 1 into 1 meter, and mass culturing method was used. Water depth was of 20 centimeter and I fed them with yeast twice daily. Average density was counted and the experimental fish were fed with 1 milliliter of live feed at each feeding time throughout the experimental period. Each treatment had 3 replicates. 30 koi carp fry were introduced into each tank. I fed them with 3 times per day. maintained optimal water quality by siphoning out 25% of the water volume weekly. There were 4 treatments, and in the control treatment, I fed them with Artemia exclusively for 14 days following the standard practice of koi carp farming. In treatments 3DM, 6DM and 9DM, Artemia feeding was reduced with gradual weaning to Moina. Weaning involved 50% replacement of Artemia with Moina on the first day and following by the 100% replacement of the next day. For the growth parameters, I used percentage gain in length, percentage gain in weight, specific growth rate and average daily gain. Water quality parameters such as temperature, dissolved oxygen, pH, total ammonia were measured weekly. For the survival rate, I use this equation to calculate. For the cost analysis, electricity for the aerator, for the light, Artemia yeast price, Moina starter culture price and yeast price were considered. By considering those, the feed cost per day for 100 fry when using Artemia is 15 rupees and it is 4 rupees and 90 cents when using Moina. Statistical analysis was done using IBM SPSS. One-way analysis of variance at 5% significant level was done, and a Tukey's multiple range test was done to detect differences among the treatment means. These are the growth parameters I considered. It is important to note that the survival rate was maintained 100% across all 4 treatments. Water quality parameters in the tanks are an important factor leading to stress-related mortality. In this study, the water quality parameters were maintained within the optimal range for larval rearing of koi carp. That is why the 100% survival rates were resulted across all 4 treatments. As you can see in this graph, the highest percentage weight gain is resulted in the 6DM treatment. This is because the transition period from Artemia to Moina has allowed the larvae in 6DM treatment to get nutrients from Artemia during the early stages of the larval period, followed by Moina providing a balanced diet and aiding optimal growth. The control treatment had the lowest percentage weight gain. It is because that using a single live feed over extended period may restrict larval growth as fish larvae's nutritional needs change as they mature. There were no significant difference among the percentage weight gains of 3DM and 9DM treatments. The same trend was followed in the SGR, ADG, percentage weight gain and percentage length gain. There were no significant differences among the water quality parameters across all 4 treatments. The production cost for larval rearing of 1000 koi carp fry was lowest in 3DM treatment and was highest in control treatment. Replacement of Artemia by Moina had no negative impact on the survival rate, but the 6DM treatment exhibited the highest growth parameters. Moina proved its potential as a cost-effective alternative to Artemia with a favorable cost-benefit ratio in the 3DM treatment. The optimal weaning time for Moina was determined in the 6DM treatment, which had the superior growth performance. My recommendation is to use a more stress-sensitive species and to extend the experimental duration. These are the references I use. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ansela, for your presentation, and it is open for discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Chancellor. It's very interesting topic we have. Thank you very much, Ms. Chancellor. It's a very interactive research you have conducted to find out that what is the most relevant thing for that this era. So I have one clarification only, not a question, that your main target is try to replacement effect. To find out the replacement effect by using ammonia species. So as you mentioned that it's a very it's having that high cost reduction. So when we go for that the farmers feel that fish farmers can maintain the same systems there, or what are the constraints as you think they have to face when you go for the practically adapt this system to their cultivations there?
You mean when implementing Moina, what are the what made the constraints? Is that your question?
Yeah, definitely. Concerns and what could be the effect or the that the problem they may have to face.
Actually,
sustainable?
convenience wise, Artemia is very convenient because it comes in Artemia cyst. In contrast, Moina has a very low shelf life. Therefore, it should be cultured constantly if it needs to feed the fish. Therefore, the main difficulty they might be facing with is the cross-contamination of the Moina culture. Therefore, the Moina culture should be maintained with high care. Otherwise, the other types of aquatic insects might be invading the culture space. That is why I used the mass culturing method, where I I had 6 to 6 ongoing monocultures. Therefore, the cross contamination was very low, and I could get a continuous harvest for the total experimental period. And I suggest that method for the farmers to use. From that, the monocultures can be maintained continuously. So the problem would be eliminated by that.
Which means that if that farmers feel they have to practice this with knowledge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nisansala. So I have some clarification. For example, so what was your weaning protocol? I mean, you have reduced 50, right? So how did you practice it? I mean, when you are transferring from Artemia to Moina,
Yeah.
so there is a 50-50, or what was the procedure?
Yeah, actually they are very, I used fish larvae of 3 days post-hatch. That means where they are at very critical age. So the feeding must done very carefully. I didn't transfer them quickly from Artemia to Moina. That is why I used 50% replacement, and I've done a pre-trial prior to the experimental period, and it was seen that from 3 days after 6 days post-hatch, they accepted Moina as their feed. That is why I used this 3 days, 6 days, and 9 days as my experimental protocol. And I used 50% replacement on the first day to ensure that they ensure the gradual weaning from Artemia to Moina.
I got it. So was there any mortality during this transition period?
No, sir. The mortality, there were 100% survival in all 4 treatments, meaning that the transition does not affect the survival rates of the fish larvae.
Thank you for your clarification. Any questions? Any more questions? Okay, if not, thank you very much, Ms. Ansala, for your presentation and participation. And
Thank you, sir.
okay, let's move to the next second presentation. It is again from the field of aquaculture. The topic is rice farmers' perception and knowledge on rice fish integration in some selected areas of Kurunegala district. Authors are RMSU Rajapaksha and HKRS Kumara. The presentation will be done by Rajapaksha. The floor is over to you, Rajapaksha.
Good morning, everyone. I am RMSU Rajapaksa. Today I am presenting rice farmers' perceptions and knowledge on rice fish integration in some selected area of Kurunegala district. A case study. Introduction. Rice is most important staple food and a key part of Sri Lanka agriculture. The Kurunegala district has over 77,000 hectares of paddy lands, mostly cultivated in the Maha season. However, only 55% of land is used in the other season due to water shortage and low income. To make better use of land and improve farmer income, integrated system like rice fish farming offer a smart solutions. This method allows farmers to grow rice and rare fish in the same field, which help improve food security, income, and sustainability. There are several types of integrated farming. Research problem. In Kurunega district, rice farming is common and integrating fish farming with rice field could be sustainable farming method. However, many rice farmers have limited knowledge and understanding of this practice. This lack of awareness may stop them from using rice fish integrations, which could affect farming productivity, the environment, and rural income. Objective to evaluate the rice farmers' perceptions and knowledge on rice fish integration in some selected area of Kurunagar district. Methodology. Methodology. A study was conducted in the Kurunagar district located in northwestern province of Sri Lanka. It is key agriculture region where rice is permitted. Sample size and sample technique. I use a sampling method to select 10 divisions out of 17 suitable agrarian service divisions. These areas were selected due to their reliable water supplies and external factors for rice fish integration. This table presents the relevant information related to the agrarian service divisions I have. Using the equation, the required number of farmers was calculated based on each. This table shows number of rice farmers in selected agrarian division of Kurunagar district, potential farmers for rice fish farming, and number of farmers selected. Study were data collections. Primary data was collected through the pre-test questionnaires and secondary data collected agrarians office and other sources. The questionnaire considered following questions. Data analyze. I analyzed data using descriptive, statistical, and knowledge were for testers using Likert scale perceptions of IRFF. Perceptions was tested using Likert questionnaires and analyzed with SPSS. Result and discussion. Demographic information. The first bar chart shows most of farmers are between 50 to 59 years old. They have a lot of experience, but some of them are not familiar with modern methods like rice fish integrations. Second bar chart shows 84% response are male. This means rice farming mainly done by male in areas. Among the farmers, 53% have attended secondary level educations and they cultivated farmer ranging 1 to 2.4 hectares in size. Among they of consider number of among them, a considerable number of especially those aged between 21 and to 30 years represent a promising young populations. Current rice farming practice. Among the farmers, cultivation during 3.5 month season has increased notice. Additionally, broadcasting planning method have become a more common experience among young farmers due to similar and time-saving nature. These pie charts show most among them 60% of farmers have shown interest in continuing farmers in the future, indicated a positive attitude toward agriculture as the sustainable livelihood. This of the most of the other reason of the religion problem. This include questionnaire, rice fish integration, rice farming. Not less talk about their perception. Most farmers have a positive attitude toward rice fish integration. They believe it is good, increase their income, make better use of land and water, reduce the need chemical, improve rice yield and soil health. In fact, around 60% farmers say they would like to try the method of future. However, a few farmers were unsure because of lack of knowledge, and this include questionnaire rice piece integrated rice farmer knowledge. Knowledge. Let first look of knowledge of farmers. Most farmers in the study had a moderate level of knowledge about rice piece integrations. They understood the basic concept that fish can be raised in the rice field and that fish waste and can help improve soil fertility. However, many farmers didn't know the technical details such as the best time to release fish, the required water depth, or sustainable rice variety. This shows that farmers need more training and guidance to apply this method. Conclusion. There is a moderate knowledge and positive perception among rice farmers about rice piece integrations. Over 60% express interest in adopting this method. With right awareness and supporting this practice could greatly benefit rural farmers and enhance sustainability agriculture. References. Thank you so much, very much your attention.
Thank you very much, Rajapaksha, for your presentation and about rice piece integration. The presentation is open for discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Rajapaksha. Two clarifications remain. First one is, what is your sample size you have utilized for conducting the research? How many farmers you have considered to collect the informations?
2000.
Sorry, pardon me?
2000.
No, mean that farmers number, how many farmers? 200.
Oh.
Okay. Then you have selected that specific areas in Kurunegala, isn't it? Yeah, then we'd have no idea what is the total farming community in Kurunegala that you selected area. Hope that the 200 might be enough for considering that the analysis data. So that's first one. Second one is, have you done any correlation comparison because you have conducted the research, analyze the data to SPSS, isn't it? No?
Yes,
so then it's better to show any correlation. Have you find any correlations, for instance, that knowledge level and willing to adapt the rice fish cultivation? So those are the correlation, how these individual factors affect on others. So have you conduct such kind of thing here?
Yes, sir.
Have you done any correlation analysis or something? You just evaluate that your data and show in a graphical formulation. So that's all, ne?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rajapaksha, that your study based on the perception and knowledge on rice fish integration farming system, right? So that what are the variables you use here to measure the perception of farmers? In your study, you have to develop some variables to measure the perception, right? So then in your questionnaire, you may check with the answers from the with the questions. You are checking the perception and knowledge of farmers towards this that means the rice fish farming, integrated farming system, right? So that mainly what are the variables that you use there? What are the variables in your study you use? How you measure the perception? In simply, in which kind of questions you ask from the farmers in your questionnaire? Can you hear me? Ms. Rajapaksha?
Yes, madam.
Okay. That
Yes, madam.
Did you got my
I went to
point?
the farm. Oh, yes, madam.
Okay.
There is some signal issue.
I
with
went
the-
to
Hmm.
Okay, that I think you have to get some idea regarding that, okay?
Ms. Ansala, can you hear us?
farm. When, yes, madam.
So, Ms. Ansala, can you hear us clearly? Ms. Nenka is asking what variables did you use for your to check the perception?
I went to the farmer.
Okay, I think she has some technical issue with connecting. So,
yes.
Okay, thank you, Ansala. So let's move to the next one. Otherwise, it will take.
Face to face.
Okay, thank you very much because there is some problem with the connectivity. Therefore, we will move to the next presentation. And thank you, Ms. Ansala. So the next one is again related to the, sorry, it's Radifax, related to the same field. It is about knowledge, perception, and constraints of the food fish farmers and traders on rice fish integration in Kurunegala district. Same place with some different aspect. The authors are NADPA Samara Naik and HKRS Kumar. The presentation will be done by NADPA Samara Naik. Right? Flow is over to you, Samara Naik, please.
Good day all of you. I'm NADPA Samaranayaka. Today I present my research presentation. My research topic is knowledge, perception and constraints of food fish farmers and traders on rice fish integration in Kurunegala district. Introduction. Fishing is an important source of the animal protein around the world. In Sri Lanka, with its the rich freshwater resources, fish farming is practiced widely and supports livelihood. Next, move to the problem statement and justification. In Kurunegala, many people earn a living from fish farming and trading. However, income from these activities remaining unsustainable due to various challenges. This study aimed to evaluate the knowledge, perception and constraints of food fish farmers and traders concerning rice fish integrated farming with the goal of promoting it as a strategy for enhancing livelihood stability. My research objective is to assess food fish farmers and food fish traders' knowledge, perception and constraints on rice fish integration. Next, move to the methodology. This is the survey study. It was conducted in Kurunegala district. Kurunegala district divided into 31 aquaculture extension divisions. This table shows that 31 aquaculture extension divisions and from their number of food fish farmers and traders. In Kurunegala, there were 52 registered food fish farmers and 436 food fish traders. Next, determination of the sample size. All the food fish farmers were selected to the study. Food fish traders, sample size was determined using this equation. According to the equation, the sample size was 81. This table shows that number of selected food fish traders in each divisions. Data collection. The data was collected two different pre-tested questionnaires. These questionnaires focus on demographic information, current aquatic practices, knowledge, perception and constraints of IRFF. Next, data analysis. Demographic information data analysis was used by descriptive statistical knowledge of IRFF. To gauge this understanding, utilize 20 statements which were based on a Likert scale to categorize the level of knowledge, establish a specific mean score range, as you can see in this table. This table shows how to calculate mean score. Perception of IRFF was assessed using 10 statements. The mean score greater than 2.5 indicate positive perception and lesser than 2.5 indicate negative perception. Constraints also evaluate using 10 statements with constraint ranked by their mean score. All this data was analyzed by SPSS statistical software. Next, move to the results and discussion part. First, food fish farmers. Demographic and social background of the farmers. The majority of food fish farmers were male and most of food fish farmers have secondary education. Food fish farmers' knowledge on IRFF. These are statements I used to assess the knowledge level of the food fish farmers. This bar chart clearly shows farmers have low knowledge about IRFF, therefore target interventions and knowledge dissemination are needed to facilitate successful implementation of IRFF practices. In Kurunegala district, majority of farmers had secondary education. They have the ability to quick absorb the implement new information. This opens up to clear path to provide them with effective IRFF training, ensuring its wide adoption. Next, move to the food fish farmers' perception of IRFF. This statement is used to assess the perception level of food fish farmers. According to this bar chart, all food fish farmers had positive perception. It is a positive step to implement IRFF in Kurunegala. Next, farmers' constraint of IRFF. This statement used to assess the constraints level of farmers. This table presents ranking of main constraints identified throughout the data based on their mean score. The main barrier is lack of infrastructure for IRFF. According to information received from farmers, there is a lack of irrigation system. As a step towards the government and Mahavali authority can provide them with the necessary irrigation system. Other barriers are lack of awareness and technical knowledge. To reduce these barriers, we can conduct like awareness program, training programs for food fish farmers. Next, move to the food fish traders. Demographic and social background of food fish traders. All food fish traders were male and most had secondary education level. Next, move to the food fish traders' knowledge, perception and constraint on rice fish integration. Most of traders haven't heard about IRFF and awareness among consumers was limited. While some traders were interested in adding IRFF products into their business. These are my conclusions. Food fish farmers had low knowledge about IRFF, but they had positive perception toward it. Traders showed interest, however, they lacked full awareness of benefits IRFF could offer. The main constraints identified were poor infrastructure, lack of awareness, and limited technical skills. Based on this, I recommended focused training programs, improve infrastructure and awareness programs to support of effective implementation of IRFF. These are references. My presentation is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naik. And now it is open for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Naik. I have one question to you. That you have conducted your research on IRFF system. So you know that it's another kind of system compared to the rice monoculture. So when you compare that rice monoculture, what are the advances or benefits you are having in IRFF system?
IRFF actually it is, I think it's environment friendly. It is the benefit. It's we can the pest control naturally and chemicals are used reduce and also it can give another income for food fish farmers and traders.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Samanayaka, I have a small question. Actually, this is not a question, right? Clarification. That in your FF, knowledge and
Sorry, madam, I
positive.
can't hear. Okay.
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah, madam.
Okay, that in your conclusion, right, you have mentioned that farmers had a low IRFF, knowledge and positive perception, right? So, how you explain it? What's the meaning of that actually? In simply?
Sorry, madam.
In simply, what is the meaning of that? In that statement, what is the meaning? Or the how you can explain it?
Knowledge mean I'm asked technical points, and perception I means they had idea about benefits like IRFF.
Okay, that what's the meaning of positive relationship that you mentioned here? That positive perception, right? So, positive perception mean what is?
They have a good idea about some benefits.
Okay, that means a strong one, no? Okay, okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Amarnath. I need some clarification because you have talked to fish farmers, right?
Yes.
So,
Yes,
do
sir.
they have their paddy fields to do this practice, or are they willing to do this in some other fields?
Yes, sir. Some farmers like to implement this IRFF. Some farmers are disagree with me. Is some issues. Collaborate with farmers.
So, why do you talk to these fish traders? Do they have the paddy fields, so are they willing to do this practice, or what was the reason?
No, sir. I aim to the food fish farmers and connect to the market from by traders. That's why I asked them to food fish traders.
Okay. So now, even though there are some willingness to do that, means they are like they do like to do this practice, but
Yes, sir.
some of them don't have some sort of facilities or something. So, what is your recommendation to be a practice on this matter?
I think first get from again farmers. We provide the technical knowledge and knowledge benefits, and other government can support the financial side, and also give some infrastructure facilities for them.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very much. Thank you very much for your presentation and participation. Right. Okay, the next presentation, it is again from the different field, the agriculture field. The presentation title is Diverse Pasture of Complementary Species, DPCS to Buffer Dry Summer Conditions. So, authors are Ignacio, Laida, Nicholas, Andrew, Pierre, and some other names. Those are very difficult to read. Anyhow, the presentation will be done by Rifnas, and floor is over to you, Rifnas.
Good day to everyone. I'm Rifnas from School of Agriculture and Environment, Massey University of New Zealand. Today I'll be presenting a review on diverse pasture of complementary species to buffer dry summer conditions, which address one of the most promising challenges facing pastoral agriculture today to maintain productive and resilient pasture under increasingly variable climate conditions. Over the next few minutes, I will take you through a brief analysis of these contents. Traditionally, temperate pastoral system relied on simply two species mixture called white clover and perennial ryegrass. This worked well under historical climate conditions where animal nutrition needs align perfectly with pasture availability. However, now facing a different our reality. Climate events have become more regular and extreme, facing either too much rain or severe droughts, often unpredictable. This has dramatically reduced the survival of traditional pasture species between growing seasons. The main challenge we face is an animal pasture mismatch. Animals still have the same nutritional requirement, but pasture can no longer reliably meet these needs. When pasture fails, farmers are forced to use expensive alternatives. This threatens the economic sustainability of pastoral farming. Given this fundamental shift in agricultural conditions, this review focused on to evaluate the deep seas as a strategic solution to address the declining persistence of traditional pastures and seasonal feed shortage caused by increasingly irregular and extreme climatic conditions. So, what exactly are diverse pasture of complementary species? Think. Deep seas are Deep seas are nature-friendly, seafood and low-cost strategy. Instead of putting all in one basket with just two species, it is combining multiple species that grow at different times and use resources differently. The key concept here is asynchronous growth patterns. When one species is struggling, another one is better performing. Each species has different functional roles, like having both shallow and deep-rooted plants accessing different soil layers. This creates improved stability in habitat production across seasons and reduces seasonal fluctuations, say in traditional pastures, essentially moving from binary mixtures to complex communities of three or more species that complement each other in how they use available resources. So species diversity become our ecosystem safeguard against climate variability. So let me introduce the key players in this system. Each species bring a unique characteristic to the team. Perennial ryegrass, it's a traditional workhorse, shallow-rooted and good in spring, autumn, and winter, but struggles in summer due to its limited root depth. Coxfoot is drought specialist with deep rooting system. It is better in spring, summer, and autumn, but slow down in winter. Pasture brown is resilient champion with enhanced drought tolerance and deep root system, which is reaching up to 70 centimeter in soil depth. White clover with shallow rooted, providing nitrogen fixation and peaks in spring, but struggles in both summer and winter. These are few species, and we can introduce more through the proper studies. Notice this complementary pattern here. When some species are down, others are up. Berry and colleague conceptualize this complementary in their work. Now, managing this diverse pasture requires different approaches called leaf stage window opportunity for optimal defoliation timing. A grass tiller maintains a certain number of live leaves. According to the findings, for pasture brown 6, coxwood 5, perennial ryegrass 3, key finding is that each leaf contributes differently to regrowth energy. As you can see here, newer leaves contributions and its progress. To determine optimal grazing timing, leaf growth stage is used and it's found by previous studies. The feature of deep seas is that different species present temporal overlap of optimal defoliation moments throughout the year. This means there is always something ready to graze at the right physiological stage, maximizing both current intake and future regrowth potential. Now looking at this diagram from Javier, this shows how bromers respond to the different management strategies. They use canonical variate analysis to examine how the plants adapt morphologically. The diagram shows in a frequent defoliation, plants invest in leaf area. Essentially, they put energy into leaf production. With less frequent leaf foliation, plant shift invest towards root development. Under good water availability, plants focus on increasing leaf size to maximize photosynthesis, but under water stress, they increase root length to access water, exactly what we are expecting from drought adaptation. This indicates that Bromus is an exceptionally plastic in its response to management and environmental stress, making it an ideal partner in diverse pasture system. Another recent field study validated this concept. Russia work compared the Bromus lolium and mixture of pasture over 2 years. These results clearly demonstrate over yield. The mixture overproduced both monoculture, especially in summer. So the mechanism behind DBC's success is over yield, where the total yield of mixture exceeds the sum of its component grown separately. Previous researchers recorded up to 2 tons of dry matter per hectare. How does it work? Different species access different resources in both space and time, leading to optimum utilization of available resources. Deep-rooted species improve water uptake efficiency during drought using dehydration avoidance strategies. This functional diversity enhances water retention capabilities and stabilize production patterns. There's an also important phenomena called hydraulic lift, where deep-rooted species capture water from deep soil layers and release it into shallow layers. This actually benefits shallow-rooted neighboring plants. It's like having a natural irrigation system built in your pasture. In conclusion, deep seas offer a promising solution for climate-resilient pastoral systems. The key benefits are clear: enhanced productivity through overyielding, improved stability across seasons, and increased drought resilience. The integration of shallow and deep-rooted species create truly resilient ecosystems. Different species accessing different resources means better resource utilization. This improves pasture utilization between growing seasons and decreased growth seasonality, giving us stabilized forage production year-round. However, implementation requires careful species selection and management. This is not a simple plug-and-play solution. Looking ahead, several research priorities emerge. Exploring integration of new species beyond existing systems, understand long-term dynamics and under changing climatic conditions, economic analysis and cost benefits studies, integration of precision agriculture, and should continue balancing productivity, resilience, and sustainability objectives. These are the few references I have used. Thank you for your attention. I am now happy to take your questions.
Okay, thank you, Rifnas, for your nice presentation, and our attention went to some another direction now. So presentation is open for discussion.
Okay, Mr. Spas, thank you very much. It's an interesting review. So let's appreciate that you effort to conduct this kind of a review. Okay, a few things to be clarified. First one is that based on my understanding, you have conducted this research in few countries. So you have collecting more research from through the few countries. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then.
it's dealing with the country. It's closely related to New Zealand's, like Latin American countries.
Okay, that's good. Then, as per my understanding, that there is a problem as animal pasture mismatch. So, based on that, that one, you have go through this review, no? So, are there any possible solution as per that you mentioned that introduce the new species there? So, what are the possible methodology or that systems you can have to reduce that the mismatch?
Yeah, this concept is related to reducing the cost of production in the animal systems, because most of the time farmers are expecting to go for some concentrations and silages, the things when the pasture production is low, especially in summer. So summer, the growth is comparatively low than other things. Sometimes a complete loss of pasture land is happening. So that is a base of arrival of the system. So rather than going for cost silage or any concentration, this is a simple eco-friendly and with less cost strategy to get our yielding. So it is not just simply mixing the pasture. So we are considering the functionality of each species. So it means each season, each pasture or two pastures or more than two pastures work together to bring the higher yielding. So for example, some certain species are working high on spring, so autumn, but they are less in summer. So some are good in winter, but some are not good in winter. So we are combining according to their functionality, and we are making decision to combine these things. So these are the suitable species to mix in this certain type of land.
Yeah, understand. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Ifnas, that actually that your study is very interested one. That what is the importance of mixing these species together? Is it
Important? Yeah,
okay,
it is not an intentional. Okay, so and it is a well planned one. So we should plan like deep rooted and shallow rooted, and drought resistance and winter resistance. So that is a special planning, and nitrogen fixation and controlling nitrogen loss. So these kind of characters together considered and to be combined. We can combine several species. So up to now, the last finding was in 2004 is functional mixing of 4 species. So it is extending up to 5 and 6.
Okay,
So that's the
then,
concept.
Okay, then how we can select the species for this concept? What's the base for that?
Yeah, base is based on their, especially their function and the growth and yield behavior according to the season.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, any question from the audience? The audience, if you have any question, you can ask. Okay? So, it is open for anybody in the audience. Rupnas, thank you very much. And I
Yes,
need
sir.
some clarification. Like, for example, why these plants are more superior compared to others? Because in terms of, you say that hydraulic lift and pasture growth are better.
Yeah.
So, what is the
Yeah.
mechanism behind?
Yeah, it's the rooting depth is the major factor affecting here. So usually in New Zealand, farmers are growing perennial. They are having a binary mixture. It's consisting perennial ryegrass and the white clover. White clover is a legume, and perennial ryegrass is a grass. So it's it can use it for more than 3 years of time. But the thing is that in perennial ryegrass, it's shallow rooted. So during the summer, complete loss. So here, what we are thinking about is that hydraulic lift concept. It is still not completely proved, but research have confirmed it's happening. It's happening. So how it is happening? Deep-rooted species like other species. So for example, pasture brome, it can grow up to 70 centimeter according to previous researchers. So while it is getting water from the deep areas, so what it is doing is bringing some moisture to the upper level too. So that is a mechanism. So for that survival, so it is helping to the perennial ryegrass too.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's move to the fifth presentation. Thank you very much, Rifnas. And next one is influence of fertilizer type and plant spacing on morphological characteristics and forage yield of Brachiaria hybrid Malto 2 in dry zone Sri Lanka. Authors are MGID Munasinghe, BS Bandusekara, and JGND Jaisinghe. And the presenter is JGND Jaisinghe. It is over to you, Jaisinghe.
Hi everyone, this is Andrew, and today I'll be presenting the research findings of the adaptation level of large-scale broiler farms during post-pandemic period with economic crisis in Putlam district of Sri Lanka. To do this, we've split the study into 6 parts from introduction, objectives, methods, what we found,
Not the
conclusions, and then
presentation, this is different.
to understand this relevance of the study and the importance of Sri Lanka poultry industry, how big the issue is. In Sri Lanka, chicken and egg farming is struggling because many farmers cannot get food for their chickens.
Can I interrupt?
Chicken meat production has dropped by 30%, where the prices of eggs, which was 17 rupees, have gone up to now about 50 to 46 rupees. Chicken meat from 460 rupees have gone up to about 1000 to 950 rupees. Sadly, around 20,000 chicken farmers have shut down. This shows why it is so important to better understand this level of study. Broiler meat also is the most affordable and widely consumed animal protein in Sri Lanka. It's also considered a safe product. However, since 2003,
Sorry for the technical failure, and we can start with this presentation, the same presentation.
Hi everyone, this is Andrew, and today I'll be presenting the research findings of the adaptation level of large-scale broiler farms during post-pandemic period with economic crisis in Putlam district of Sri Lanka. Parts from introduction, objectives, methods, what we found, conclusions, and the reference. To understand this relevance of the study and the importance of Sri Lanka poultry industry, how big the issue is. In Sri Lanka, chicken and egg farming is struggling because many farmers cannot get food for their chickens. Chicken meat production has dropped by 30%, where the prices of eggs, which was 17 rupees, have gone up to now about 50 to 46 rupees. Chicken meat from 460 rupees have gone up to about 1000 to 950 rupees. Sadly, around 20,000 chicken farmers have shut down. This shows why it is so important to better understand this level of study. Broiler meat also is the most affordable and widely consumed animal protein in Sri Lanka. It's also considered a safe product. However, since 2020, COVID hit the entire poultry industry. Not only that, after that, the economic crisis with the fuel hikes, fuel shortages, feed shortages, and continuous power cuts, everything had bad effects in the poultry industry. Therefore, our objective was to determine how well large-scale broiler farmers in the Putlam district adapted during the post-pandemic period, which was also marked by several economic crises. The method used for this was we conducted focus study in Northwestern Province, specifically Putlam district, with multi-stage sampling of 48 farmers from 16 divisional secretaries, where 1,000 farmers above 1,000 birds were considered. Data collection was done by structured questionnaire and face-to-face interview. The analysis with SPSS for qualitative data and quantitative data with descriptive statistics. The key findings. Firstly, the gender matter. 85.4% showed higher adaptation level than females, which was statistically significant. Secondly, young farmers within the age group 35 to 40 proved most adaptive, outperforming the elderly group. Thirdly, formal education did not predict adaptation. Difference across schooling levels did not show a significant effect. Fourth, experience worked at the reverse level. That was shocking because knowledge in this area, more experience should have shown better results, but the findings were reverse wise. However, knowledge showed higher technical knowledge scores strongly correlated with better adaptation strategies. With this, the conclusion was this study showed that young, knowledgeable, and male farmers adapted best in crisis conditions. Surprisingly, more experience did not always mean better adaptation. This highlighted the importance of practical knowledge, continuous learning, and inclusive supporting systems to build real resilience in the broiler farming sector. Through this study, some of the supporting documents, reference studies, papers, official reports were taken from farm behavior, consumption trends, gender participation in the poultry sector. So it is presented here for your kind information. With that, I conclude the presentation. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Andrew, and sorry for this interruption again. And this presentation was the adaptation level of large-scale broiler farmers in the post-pandemic period with economic crisis in Putlam district, Sri Lanka. Authors were DTS De Silva, NMN Number Pan, and MS Andrew. And thank you, Andrew, for your presentation, and it is open for discussion now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andrew. It's a nice, attractive presentation. So thank you again. May I know that in which period you have conducted this study? In which years you have?
The Putlam district, sir.
Sorry?
Putlam district.
Oh, no. Which year?
Yeah.
Which year?
Time.
In which period?
It's in the Putlam district, sir.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, you have explained it. No, I mean that in which years you have concluded this study? In 2000.
Time period.
Time period mean?
Last year, sir.
Last year.
2024. Yes.
Okay. Then one thing is that need to clarify again that you have said that based on that your findings, there is a negative correlation with farmer experience and adaptability. Ne? So
Yes,
what
yes.
could be the possible factors affect on this? Could you please briefly explain it?
Simple, sir. Knowledge gets outdated. That's the actual fact. We have to adapt for environmental changes, current trends, the new things, because, diseases change. Previously, we used the Hubbard breed, but now Hubbard breed cannot survive in the market. Disease prevalence. So we had to go for something like Ross 308. Before that, COP 500. So the varieties change, the method, the disease condition change, the feed change, and the technology change. With the previous knowledge, we cannot face the future, sir. So that's the actual fact.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Andrew, that can you explain a little bit about your sampling technique?
Yeah. Now, in the Putlam district, we mapped where the poultry farmers were, and after that, we numbered them and randomly selected chits. And based on that, we had to use some places mixed sample to get a collection, and we did the visits to the farms.
And
Sorry?
is it a small scale, large scale?
Large scale.
All are large scale farmers.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. It was very interesting point that our panel member was asking. That is why this experience was not positively influenced for the adaptation. Yes, we explained it. Well, I was very interested about it because normally we are expecting some positive results, but it is a negative result.
Yes.
But it is very interesting point, right? So I got this answer for the question. I was waiting to ask that question, but he asked that question. It is very interesting. Then my next one, how do you explain this adaptability in male is better than female and why younger generation is more adaptable compared to the adults?
Because let me take a few minutes, sir. Yes. Now, in the poultry industry, sir, there is less knowledge. We don't know where we can get help. Right? There should be a system. Then only people will ask for help. We cannot survive in isolation. The university have to be there, industry have to be there, academics have to be there, people with experience have to be there. We have to get together. But where is the place? Where is the forum we can get together? If you ask me this question, it's a very lengthy answer, but let me point out from here and there to give you a better understanding. Sri Lanka, we are having a lot of education programs. Poultry is the highest, but we are doing cattle related tradings. Marketing, right. you can go to New Zealand if you follow this program. What is going to happen to the poultry industry? As an industry, yes, Maxis, we have established the brand, but we cannot work in isolation. The other small farmers also have to be there. The industry has to be strong. We, being a agricultural country, should not forget agriculture. Sir. That is the shortest exam for the time period I can give you. But this is a really big area that you're asking. It will take at least 1 hour.
Okay, thank you very much for your answering and presentation. Thank you very much again, and very interesting work. And let's move to the next presentation again. The next one, it is influence of fertilizer type and plant spacing on morphological characteristics and forage yield of Brachiaria hybrid Malto 2 in dry zone Sri Lanka. Authors are MGID Monasinghe, BS Bandusekara, JGND Jaisinghe, right? Present is JGND Jaisinghe, right? Jaisinghe, you can do your presentation.
Good afternoon everyone, my name is Nadisha Jaisinghe and it's a pleasure to be here today to share our research. Our study investigates an important aspect of sustainable livestock production in tropical regions like Sri Lanka. Today, I will be discussing the influence of fertilizer type and plant spacing on morphological characteristics and forage yield of Brachiaria hybrid mulatto 2 in dry zone Sri Lanka. This presentation will cover the introduction, problem and justification, objectives, material and method, result and discussion, conclusion and references of the study. Seasonal feed shortages present a challenge for livestock production in tropical areas like Sri Lanka. Brachiaria hybrid mulatto 2 offers a promising solution due to its high biomass yield, excellent adaptability and favorable nutrition profile. Research indicates that effective fertilizer management, particularly with organic manure, significantly enhances these hybrids' growth and yield. Additionally, cross-plant spacing combined with high nitrogen levels boosts its dry matter yield and leaf-to-stem ratio. These collective findings highlight mulatto 2 is strong potential across various farming environments in the country. Currently, mulatto 2 grass hasn't been commercially grown in dry zone Sri Lanka. This raises questions about whether it will adapt and be accepted there. Therefore, studying its performance is important before introducing it widely. This research will help farmers and industrial farms understand its benefits and viability. This is especially important for the dry zone, where challenges like limited water can affect growth and yield. Our main objective was to investigate the influence of fertilizer type and plant spacing on morphological characteristics and forage yield of Brachiaria hybrid mulatto 2 in dry zone Sri Lanka. To achieve this, we had two specific objectives. First, to identify the best planting spacing for maximum yield and leaf-to-stem ratio, and second, to identify a cost-effective commercial fertilizer mixture for better yield. We did do the experiment at the ISATRS field in Hambantota, a typical dry zone area. It gets about 750 mm of rain annually, and the average temperature is 32.7 degrees Celsius. We tested 6 different combinations of fertilizer types and plant spacings. This included synthetic and commercial mixes with both wider 50 to 30 cm and closer spacing 50 to 50 cm. We used a factorial RCVD design with 2 meter by 2 meter plots. Treatments were repeated across tree blocks to ensure accurate results. Moving on to our data collection methodology, especially for morphological data, we collected this information along with yield parameters. After 3 months of planting in each plot, we randomly selected 5 plants to measure several key indicators: the number of tiller per plant, plant height, leaf to stem ratio, and the leaf dry weight per fresh weight, expressed in kilograms per hectare. In terms of data analysis, our experiment used a factorial RCBD design. We analyzed the data with Minitab 18 and Excel, employing ANOVA and DMRT for mean comparisons at p-value less than 0.05. Moving on to our result and discussion part, especially morphological characters, for plant height, the highest average was observed in treatment 4. Treatment 2, 3, 5 and 6 also showed high plant heights, being statistically similar to treatment 4, while treatment 1 was significantly shorter. Regarding the number of tiller per plant, treatment 2 had the significantly highest count. Treatment 1 and 3 recorded the second highest number of tillers and was statistically similar. For the leaf to stem ratio, treatment 1 showed the highest value. However, there was no significant differences found among any of the treatments for the leaf and stem ratio. Considering the yield, commercial mixes with wider spacing gave the highest fresh weight. For dry weight, commercial mixes and synthetic mix with wider spacing also performed best. Closer spacing often led to lower yields. Considering the cost analysis of fertilizer mixtures, the commercial fertilizer mix was more cost-effective at 8,580 rupees 50 kilograms, so compared to the synthetic mix at 10,650 rupees. So this makes commercial options more viable for farmers. In conclusion, Mulatto 2 can grow well in dry zone, even with some yield reduction. Commercial fertilizers were better than synthetic ones for growth and yield. Close spacing minimizes biomass, while wide spacing improves forage quality. Combining the right fertilizer and spacing is key for both yield and quality. These are the research papers that supported our study. Thank you for.
Thank you, Ms. Mona Singh, and it is open for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair Singh. It's a nice presentation. One thing to clarify that based on your research title and the content you have go on, that what are the specific properties when we consider that suitability for the dry zone?
Bracharia risata and Bracharia resiliensis and recumbens grow better in dry zones compared to other Bracharia species. So Mulatto 2 is a hybrid one, so made from Bracharia resiliensis and Bracharia decumbens. So this is the first time Mulatto 2 has been tested in actual dry zone condition in Sri Lanka. So the results were very positive, showing it may be useful for the future cultivation in dry areas like Sri Lanka, dry zone.
Okay, thank you, Miss.
So, any more questions from the audience? Right. I notice in your abstract, the close spacing produce significantly greater plant height. How do you explain this? Can you speak a little bit loudly? We can't hear you. So in your abstract, it says close spacing produce significantly greater plant height. How do you explain this?
In close spacing, there are some factors, fertilizer type and plant spacing we got. So this research closing system is the best spacing for that.
I didn't. I can't hear. I don't know whether the other panel members, did you get the answer or I didn't hear it well?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Is it clear for us, sir?
Okay, maybe it's okay then. So then this is important for the forage plant. So we really want to get the more above ground biomass, right? So therefore, what is the best way to produce according to your treatment combination? Which one is the best to get the more above ground biomass?
So in our research, the best fertilizer mixture is a commercial mixture. So sir, we used special grass mixture and a special maize mixture for our research. So in this research, we got result. The commercial mixture is the best for forage production, fodder production.
Okay, thank you. Then one more suggestion. There are some sort of mistakes and some typing errors in abstract. Please check it again. Then I will move to the last presentation. That is about assessing grazing effect on lowland grassland ecosystem in eastern Nepal. Authors are Ritu Tulda, Ramesh Prasad, Ashok Bajajuli, and Virendra Gautam. Right? Present is Ritu Tulda. It is over to you, Ritu, for your presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Ritu Tuladhar and I'm from Nepal. First of all, I would like to thank the member of the symposium for providing me this opportunity to present my research result on assessment of grazing effects on lowland grassland ecosystem in eastern Nepal. Livestock grazing is one of the world's largest land use sectors with contrasting impacts on ecosystems. The researchers have shown that sometimes it has negative, sometimes it has positive, and sometimes even it has neutral effects on ecosystems. In Nepal, grazing affects nearly 2/3 of the forest area, making it a critical conservation issue. Our study focused on Kusitapu Wildlife Reserve, which is Nepal's first Ramsar site where livestock grazing poses significant challenges due to biodiversity conservation, with domestic animals observed even in the core areas of the protected area. We conducted our field study during the pre-monsoon season of 2019. Our sampling design involved establishing two 17-kilometer transects along eastern and western borders with perpendicular sub-transects every 3 kilometers. We studied 49 plots total, 32 in the core zone and 17 in the buffer zone. We measured grazing intensity using fecal count methods using the study of Beduna and Smith 2000, calculating animal units per hectare. Based on our findings, we categorized the core zone as low grazed area with 2,133 animals unit per hectare and the buffer zone as high grazed area with 3,967 animal units per hectare. It was a statistically significant difference. For vegetation sampling, we used nested quadrates ranging from 1 meter by 1 meter for herbs and seedlings up to 20 by 25 meters for trees. Soil samples were collected from 0 to 15 centimeter depth and analyzed for key parameters including pH, electrical conductivity, bulk density, organic matter, and other nutrients. All statistical analysis was conducted in R. Our findings reveal several important patterns. We identified 80 herbs species, 14 shrub species, and 8 tree species across both regions. Significantly, 11 species were invasive species, including problematic species like Mycenia micrantha and Parthenium hysterophorus. Vegetation impacts were substantial. Herb species diversity and richness were significantly higher in low-grazed areas. Interestingly, shrub diversity showed no significant difference between the zone, likely because livestock prefer herbaceous plants over woody species. Most surprisingly, invasive alien species richness was actually higher in the low-grazed core areas, suggesting that the reduced competition might have favor the growth of invasive species in the high grazed areas. Tree regeneration presents a concerning picture in the study area. We found the complete absence of saplings in all plots across both areas, high grazed and low grazed areas. While seedlings were present, the overall regeneration status appears unsustainable in this study area, indicating long-term forest sustainability challenges. Soil quality showed mixed results. High-grazed areas had significantly higher electrical conductivity, bulk density, and total nitrogen content. The increased conductivity and bulk density reflect soil compaction and salt accumulation from animal trampling and excreta. Higher nitrogen likely results from livestock waste inputs. However, we found no significant differences in soil pH, organic matter, phosphorus, and potassium between the high-grazed and low-grazed areas. Our study demonstrates that Kositapu livestock grazing in Kositapu Wildlife Reserve has demonstrable negative effects on native plant diversity and richness, particularly for herbs and shrubs. Grazing pressure significantly influences the plant community composition, and tree regeneration appears unsustainable even in less grazed area of the protected region. This unexpected finding of higher invasive species richness in low grazed areas suggests the complex ecological relationship that require careful management attention. Based on these findings, we recommended that controlled grazing should be implemented in buffer zone grasslands to enhance vegetation diversity while maintaining the nutrient cycling benefits. We also recommended developing targeted interventions in core areas to manage and reduce invasive alien plant species abundance. Conducting further research on the interactions between livestock and wildlife grazing is also recommended. These are the references that were used during the study. This research provides the crucial baseline data for evidence-based conservation management in Nepal's important lowland grassland ecosystem. Thank you for your attention, and I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ritu, for your interesting work, and it is open for discussion.
Okay, Mr. Ritu, thank you very much. It's a highly dedicated research. Hope that you have extended your time much more there for the conducting this research. So one clarification I have that have you evaluated that effect of invasive grasses, grass species in that the particular research area?
Sorry, sir, I didn't catch your question.
Question is that have you evaluated the effect of invasive grass species?
Unfortunately, no, sir. The primary objective was to see the impact of grazing. So exact impacts of invasive species was not studied back then.
In here that let's assume that some part of that your research that the evolution area is having more density of invasive grass, so that it have a negatively effect for that the grazing. So that's why I raised that question. So throughout your research, you didn't see such kind of a circumstance, no?
First, it was affected by the invasive species, yes. But exact impacts of invasive species was not studied, just the impact of grazing on the particular study area. We all know that invasive species has negative effect on the native species, right? So we have to conduct, we recommended that we have to conduct further research regarding the impacts of such consequences of the grazing impact.
Yeah, okay, thank you much.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay, thank you very much, Ritu, for your nice presentation. So you have estimated diversity, right? You have, so which diversity did you, I mean, what is mean by that diversity?
Species diversity, sir?
Yeah. Did you use some Shannon Wine Index or some?
Shannon, sir.
Is that
Shannon
Shannon
Yes.
Diversity Index? Okay, fine. So then, now you said that you identify two areas. One is having with some invasive species with the low grazing pressure. The other place is having high grazing pressure. So is this by farm animals or some natural animals grazing?
It's by farm animals, sir.
Farm animals. So
Yes.
that means farmers are directly send their animals to those places, or why is
Yes, sir. It is a huge problem in the particular region of Nepal. And frequently conflicts also occur between the park managers and the local people there.
Okay. So is this a kind of natural forest or some conservation area, or what is the importance of this place?
It is very important as it is only wildlife reserve of Nepal for wild buffaloes, sir.
Wild buffaloes.
Buffaloes, yes. Water buffaloes, wild water buffaloes.
So that means your findings will be helpful for them for their conservation. Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I think we came to the end of the session. So there were very interesting work. The diverse themes were there. And because we started from the aquaculture and then we came to talk about integrated farming, fish and integrated fish farming. Thereafter, some sort of literature review based on pastures, and then about the poultry farming and influence of some variables on plant growing, spacing, and fertilizer combinations. And finally, we came to some sort of ecological study as well. So it is a very diverse field, and really enjoyed the session. And this and also this time, please take that this as a kind of positive feedback for you. This is a kind of important discussion in scientific forums, because the discussion is most important for the developing or conducting the research in the future as well. So the comments given by the panel members and also myself will be helpful for you to continue your research in future. And I really enjoyed this session, and thank you very much, Nilka and Mr. Senadura, with providing very fruitful discussion and positive comments for the authors. I hope authors will get this comment as positive comments for their future endeavors. And I wish you all the best and good luck for your future endeavors. Thank you very much. Yes, Nilka and Senator, if you have any comments, you can.
Now we have come to the end of our technical session on innovations in sustainable livestock, aquaculture, and animal health. And I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our session chair, Dr. Kirti Atapattu. Dear sir, your presence added immense value to this session. And I also extend our appreciations to our panel members, Mr. H. Rohanadira and Ms. S.A.P. Nilka, for your valuable contribution and support. And lastly, I would like to thank all the presenters for sharing your findings and contributing to a fruitful discussion. So this is the end of the technical session on innovations in sustainable livestock, aquaculture, and animal health. So I invite you all to stay tuned. There will be a message from organizing committee. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Now we have successfully concluded all the technical sessions ISATRS 2025 symposium. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all participants who shared their valuable research and insight with us. The organizing committee would like to share some important update with you. The symposium proceedings will be uploaded to the UCIRS website in near future. Your presenting of the certificate and symposium kit will be sent to you via postal mail as you requested. For any further updates regarding the dispatch of certificate and symposium kit, we kindly invite you to stay connected through our official WhatsApp groups. Once again, thank you very much for active participation and valuable contribution to the ISATRS 2025. And we are looking forward to staying in touch with you for near future. And as well as we have a symposium night today at Hamantoda. You all are welcome to participate that event. And thank you very much.